Way to start out the stream by pulling my mic out of the stand and causing all kinds of noise. What is up, Twitch? What is going on? Fantastic to be here. I'm still trying to figure out my lighting situation. Is that it? It's like super bright, man. I haven't been able to figure this out yet. I know that it's going to be awesome. It is awesome. Ooh, how is my sound alerts offline? What is that all about? Really? Zach, what's up, dude? Server token error, please refresh. I see. So it seems like your sound alert browser source is offline. So let's like try and address this here. Well, meanwhile, first of all, still trying to figure out my lighting situation here. Okay, it's not bad. Now, sound alerts, that is good. So, damn, wait, how did I fix that before? Sound alerts, okay. Open sound alerts dashboard. Let's see what's up, man. Yeah, sound it's offline. Troubleshooting. Sound alerts browser. Implement the browser source in your streaming software. If the sound alerts extension Twitch says your browser is offline, you need to make sure that your browser source sound alerts is active. Make sure you are implemented the sound alerts browser source correctly in your streaming program. The sound alerts browser source is active when you have a scene selected in your streaming program where the sound alerts browser is implemented. So I thought I know that I have that. Let's see here. Refresh the cache of browser source. If the sound alerts browser source is not online, even if you've implemented it in your streaming software and the streaming software is opened, there might be an issue with the source. In that case, please try to refresh the cache of the browser source. Open the properties of the sound. Okay. Zach, what'd it do, by the way, dude? What'd it do? It really do. It really do be like that. Still trying to... Dude, I don't understand this, man. It's so bright. It looks so weird. Okay, meanwhile, I'm going to try and like fix this issue here. So, okay, open the properties and the sound alerts of the sound alerts browser source in your streaming software. Click the refresh cache. Okay, cool. So let's go properties. Refresh the cache of current page. Cool. Nice. Okay, did that work? Sorry here, guys. I'm just trying to fix problem with my sound alerts. Dude, day's been good, man. Thank you for asking. Had a couple of flights, dude, that went really well. I had an intro. I had I had an intro flight, really, really good. And then I had a guy's first flight since his intro, and that went pretty good. But weather was like it could go either way, and ended up being benign. But we elected to stay in the pattern for his first lesson, for his first, non-demo flight, and that was kind of rough for him. I wasn't expecting that. He seems like a pretty cool, like, collected guy. So I was like, what's the worst that can happen, and apparently he was really overwhelmed, so. But, like, I think he took a lot of good things away from it. Like, it was a good experience overall. Why am I orange? It's a little bit better, I suppose. Shit. Okay, so how do I know if it's how do I know if it's active or not? Dude, so yeah, and it's all good, man. I'm stoked about IFR Tuesdays. How's your day going though, man? I hope it's treating you well. Let's see here. Is it... Dude, nice. Very nice, man. Dude, what's your drink of choice, man? What's your poison? I love me a good IPA, dude. Just a stinky ass hazy IPA. Like, let's fucking party, dude. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, mixed drinks. You know what, dude? First of all, tequila. But you do you, dude. That's awesome, man. I'd still have a drink with you. But mixed drinks are definitely the way to go. Girl mixed drinks are the best. They've got that all figured out for sure. I would say my favorite mixed drink as I get set up here. Dude, I love me a rum and a root beer, dude. Like a spiced rum and root beer. Whew, buddy. I'm not even really a drinker, to be honest with you. But yeah, whew, buddy. Tequila Sunrise. What even is that? Let me look that up here. All right. Damn, that looks good, dude. Okay. Tequila, orange juice, grenadine, And that's it. Served unmixed, tall glass, modern drink originates from Sausalito, California. Oh, dude, that's the Bay. That's the Bay Area. I only know that because Sausalito's a VOR. SAU. In the 1970s, after and when it was, oh shit. Damn, that looks bomb, dude. You know what that reminds me of, man? Is Big Sticks, dude. That looks like a Big Stick, but like an adult drink version of a Big Stick. You know what I'm talking about? You know what those are? It's a sherbet. It's an orange sherbet, I believe. Style popsicle, basically. It's a popsicle. That looks bomb. Damn, dude. I like your style. Kate likes tequila as well. That's cool. Where are we at? Radio navigation. There we go. Instrument flight maneuvers. Okay, sweet. Damn, this is another fucking huge one, man. This is a 250 slide lecture. So let's just see what we can get in. Yeah, they're super good. Only get drinks that don't taste strong. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man, is that looks like a drink that doesn't taste strong, but like is, you know. All right, sweet. So we got that, and we're probably not gonna be able to get to let me see, is this a big deal if I turn this off? Kind of. Yeah, this thing kind of gets bright. So we're probably not going to get to Pilot Edge tonight, but we will get in the sim. But we'll do Sky Vector. That's basically it, dude. We'll do Sky Vector, and we might not even use Sky Vector. Okay. Cool, man. Let's get to it. All right, guys. So we're like 15 minutes in. So let me just start off by saying thank you guys so much for joining me tonight on this IFR Tuesday, and really excited. My name's Philip. I'm a CFI down here in Los Angeles, and I'm a CFI and double I, as well as an instrument ground instructor, advanced ground instructor, and been loving doing I do like IPAs, and they are super bitter, and I don't know, dude, I just like that punch in the face, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to thank you guys for joining me in this Twitch stream session, and I also appreciate your thirst for knowledge. You know, if you come to this channel, like you know, some other channels here on Twitch, we are about aviation education. And if you've come here, you've come to the right place for that, because we talk about knowledge topics from the instrument rating to the private pilot, knowledge topics to flight maneuvers and flying techniques, and all around just like good discussions to help enhance your, you know, if you're a flight sim enthusiast, to help enhance the way that you already do what it is that you do, and maybe keep growing in your knowledge and in your appreciation for what it is that you do on streaming. Everything from, you know, if you stream from anything from GA to jets and everything in between, you know, it's education can, you know, help you do that better and appreciate what you do better. But certainly if you're a student pilot, or even thinking about becoming a student pilot, or if you're a certificated pilot and looking for some recurrent training, you're also in the right place, you know. And frankly, even if you don't flight sim and you just watch flight sim streams, or you're thinking about starting flight sim, and to be honest with you, even if you just like enjoy some video games, because it's essentially what's going on, dude, you're in the right place, and you are welcome. Tonight, I'm really excited, because it's been a while since we actually done a IFR Tuesdays. In fact, I think we weren't able to Ordinary evening. We have just started. Yeah, so you're right on time. Oh, and I didn't want to forget. I introduced myself. My name is Philip. I'm a CFI, and oops, I am wearing a "Caring for Your Demon Cat" T-shirt, as advertised. I love these shirts. It's something like an added like twisted thing that with the kids, in there. So, really excited for tonight because I believe we weren't able to actually do IFR Tuesday, or we did IFR Tuesday last week, but it wasn't like a ground lesson. We actually did it earlier in the day, it was more of like, just hopping in the sim and flying, charter IFR somewhere. But in terms of IFR curriculum and like IFR training, we weren't able to do that. So I'm really excited to like get back into it. Matter of fact, I think, you guys, should I make coffee? I'm just not sure, dude. I think I should. I have a student tomorrow at 1. So I'm thinking make coffee and chill for a while, man. I think do it. So what I'm going to do is just get that going, and then I'm going to be right back. Pour some water, and I will leave this... Actually, I'm going to leave this screen on so you guys can chill with Tangles, but I'm really excited for this new year because, dude, my sister got me this sick light. I have to show you guys, actually. Hold on one second. It's so dope. It's for the channel, and the issue is that I need to get a table for it. It's a light that stands. It's on a base, and the issue is that you can't see it. I need a table behind me, like right here. And actually, this is a perfect opportunity to see how high that table needs to be. But point is I need to get a table for it as well as Tangles, because what I want to do is put Tangles front and center. Tangles is done taking a back seat all the way back there and being like incidental to the channel. I want him or her front and center, like right here. I want Tangles to have a pilot like leather cap, and I want like for holidays to like dress Tangles up and shit. 4th of July, Halloween. Oh my god, Halloween, dude, such a missed opportunity with Halloween, because I could have gotten like a freaking what I should have done is get a purge, one of those scary purge masks that like illuminate. Tangles hype, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's all about Tangles, man. Who are you even kidding? So check this light out, dude. So I'm gonna get that table. Point is, I'm gonna get the table. Wait, hold on. You can't really... It says clipped wing pilot, dude. How freaking cool is that, man? And it like changes color. You know what? This isn't the color that I would get. The color that I would get, or that I would have, is this. Hold on. Oh, wait, shit. Hold on, wait. Oops, dude. We roll with the pink, man. Sorry about that. Okay? Let's see. Oh, there's white. Oh, yeah, this is the one that Kate would want, dude, right here. There's that turquoise. So, point is, man, but you know what? Ooh, there's even yellow. Oh my god, dude, there's yellow. Shit. So, yeah. So what I need is for that to be right. Let's see here. Oh, you can't really see it. Yeah, you can't really see it back there. What do I do about that, man? Either that or I'm just gonna put it right here for me, dude. Damn. That is dope. But, dude, I want you guys to be able to enjoy it. I wanted it, like, right here, you know? And it's too hard for the camera to pick up. Maybe I just need a better camera. This camera is pretty good, though. I don't understand, man. I don't understand. What can I do? Yeah, it's got to be pretty close to be seen. I wonder if like, I wonder if there's like a light setting. No. Damn, dude. Well, okay. I'll figure that out. That blows because this thing is super sick. And I mean, I suppose worst case scenario, I just put it right here in front of me, but I wanted to enjoy it with you guys, man. You know? Well, okay. Yeah, damn. I gotta put it right. I'm gonna put it right there, though. Maybe it's the lights in the room. It would. I bet it would show up better if those were dimmer. Well, that's the thing. Is like, so actually, I have no lights on. Like, other than that, like the only light that's on is my computer screen. So, you know, the ultimate test would be during the day. During the day, shit, hold on. During the day, like in general, the natural lighting that floods the room, it's the shit. So, yeah, and what ends up happening is the natural light, when there's like sunlight and it's like everywhere, everything like shows up. Maybe you can control the camera exposure. Maybe, actually. So I will work on that. Actually, I mean, that was the test that I wanted to do, is see like, oh, you know, how does it come up? And just the fact that, you know, yeah. So now I know. Now I do need to like try and mess with my camera, I think. So that being the case, I will be right back. I am going to pour some water, get some coffee going, and we're going to get into instrument flight maneuvers. We're going to talk about it in the context of the last lesson that we had, which was about attitude instrument flying. And what the hell is weird? It's within the context of the attitude instrument flying that we were talking about before. So we'll review like a little bit about that. And tonight's going to be really cool because it's going to be applying the skills that we talked about in attitude instrument flying, like the 4-step scan, to get certain things in particular done, things that are extremely challenging, and can really help sharpen, like refine your instrument flying skills. Not holding procedures, not approaches, not departure procedures, right? Not partial panel. We're talking about things that you can do, exercises and patterns that you can fly in the sim or in real life that help sharpen the blade. Okay, so I'll be right back, and sit tight. All right. Sweet. Okie dokie. So, all right. Well, that yummy coffee is brewing. Let's get going. So, let's pop over to the lecture here. All right. So we're here talking about. Let me shrink this down a little bit. All right. So we're here talking about instrument flight movers, and as I said, we're going to be implementing the 4-step scan. Let's actually take it back to the scan, the instrument cockpit scan. Right, instrument scanning and interpretation. All right. So, talking about scanning, basically we got into what we referred to as what Ralph Butcher and others referred to as, and something that I believe in. Like, we studied scanning before. Well, what I was going to say is this is what they call the 4-step scan. The whole thing with attitude instrument flying and developing a method, a systematic, method of scanning means developing a method of prioritizing instruments and being disciplined in the specific ways that we move our eyes across the 6-pack of instruments to study and the way that the airplane is moving, to make corrections promptly when we can see, when we see something needs to be changed, and staying alive. Yeah. Sask Wayne. Dude. Exactly, right? So you've heard of the music scan, right? That's where you probably got it from. You probably got it from Machado or something like that, right? So, or maybe your instructor showed you, and that's where they got it from, or at least I don't know, maybe who knows. But that's where this 4-step scan coming from Butcher was developed by Butcher and Machado together, and yeah, and it's been widely accepted. So anyway, what we're trying to do is instructor V scan, the inverted V scan. You mean the inverted V? So anyway, so what we're trying to do is develop a method, a systematic method of prioritizing these instruments and knowing what to look at and when based on what we're trying to do. And what that systematic process starts with is the attitude indicator all the time. Step 1 is looking at the attitude indicator and looking, because when presumably we can't see outside. So we need, this is our sight picture actually, right? As pilots, visual environment pilots, your job is to look at the references, right? Look at the sight picture outside and ascertain the attitude of the airplane based on where the horizon's at, right? Relative to something static on the aircraft, like the nose or the wing strut or something like that, right? So, but when you can't see outside, all you have is the attitude indicator. That is your sight picture. So you start there. From there, you move from the attitude indicator to the turn coordinator and the VSI, not for the quantities, not for the rate stuff, not for the rate of turn, and not for the rate of climb or descent, but just for the trend information, because the VSI, at least, there's a substantial lag. There's a substantial lag in the rate information that gives you. It's invaluable when that rate information has caught up and is giving you true information, but until that time, really all that you have is the trend information that VSI is giving you. And for step 2, that's a lot. Frankly, that's all that we need right now. We just need to know, are we headed in the right direction? Does it make sense, right? Do we have wings level, and are we in a climb? Okay, so we initiate this scan and the movement of the eyes with the inverted V. This was a really great scan because it's pitch and bank information, relatively error free, in terms of, first of all, the attitude indicator is relatively error-free all the time. It's the most error-free instrument here, as well as immediate trend information from the turn coordinator and the VSI. It's the rate information of the VSI that is a substantial lag, but trend is immediate. So it's a great first step after step one, where you're starting with the attitude indicator, to go to these instruments because they're great for trend. 3 independent systems. And the way that we're doing this is we're starting with the attitude indicator, turn coordinator, back to attitude, VSI, back to attitude. Okay? Step 3, once we've got the trend information all figured out, we move to numerical quantities, right? We go from quality in the inverted V, the initial inverted V, to quantity in the T-scan, right? Are we at altitude? Are we on heading? Are we good on speed? All right? So again, we start with the attitude indicator and we move to the airspeed, back to the attitude. We can go to the altimeter if you want, back to the attitude, back to the heading indicator. So there's no real, it's not like you have to go here and then 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 here. It's really just a shape that, you're going to tailor this to whatever it is that you're trying to do. Step 3 was the T-scan, leading to step 4, which is basically a radial scan. And what I like to do is, first of all, inverted V is really what we're going for at this point. If we're on heading and we know that we're climbing and this power setting is right for our speed, then you do using the trim to fine tune the precise a precise VSI, climb or descent, is the way to go. And so I do encourage a return to the inverted V. But really what it's all about is once you've started with the inverted V trend information and then you go to the quantity for the T-scan, you've already determined what things look good and what things don't look good, like what things need help or correcting, right? If you've determined that you are 100 feet above where you're supposed to be, okay, hold on one sec. If you've determined at this point that you're 100 feet or 200 feet above where you're supposed to be, like if you're above or below, an assigned altitude, you now know that you need to correct for that, okay? And so you're just going to start all the way back again. You're going to power and attitude for performance is the mantra. So let's say that you're high, right? Let's say that you're 200 feet high. You're going to reduce power. Step 1 is put that attitude indicator a degree or 2 below the horizon. Inverted V is going to be step 2. Inverted V, just making sure that your wings are level and that the VSI is trending nose down and it's not going crazy nose down, right? And it shouldn't be, because power setting, if you reduce power from 24 to 22 or 21 and you pitch, a degree or 2 degrees down, then you should be holding on to your speed pretty good. You should be trending in the right direction. You go T-scan to make sure that you really are on heading and that you're not picking up too much speed, like maybe you didn't reduce enough power, right? And you just pitched down and now you're actually speeding up, and you already know that you're descending, but you can confirm that. Once that's in place and the speed looks good, you can go to the quantity here. At this point, your VSI is probably settled down, and if it's 300 feet, what you're looking for is a fine tune and power. So it's a power reduction, pitch down, and trim for 200 or 300 feet per minute here on the VSI to make that 200 foot altitude correction. One of the things we talked about last class, or a couple classes ago, is you don't want to make small corrections, small altitude corrections, 50 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet, even 300 feet. You don't want to, if it's not 1,000 feet or thousands of feet, right? then what you want to do is what you don't want to do is make that correction too quickly or too hardcore. You don't want to be climbing, or you don't want to be descending. Missed the first 40 minutes, better late than never. Got distracted tuning the Kodiak. You and the Kodiak. No, you know what? We are 10 minutes in because we were talking for a little bit. I made some coffee. It's all good, dude. Actually, this is like review and getting into the attitude instrument flying that we're going to be doing. So you're actually right on time. So anyway, point is in this step 4, when you've determined that you're a couple 100 feet above where you want to be and you want to descend, there's nothing wrong with going from the attitude indicator and putting weight on the instruments that help you achieve the task that you're trying to fix. And then, like a 2 or a 3 to 1 ratio, where it's, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, right? 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, maybe it's a 3 to 1 ratio, maybe it's a 2 to 1 ratio, 1, 2, and then, oh, okay, I'm going to check if I'm on heading, 1, 2, no, I'm off heading. Okay, you know what? I'm going to finish this problem right here. Cat toy. I'm going to finish this problem right here. And then I'm going to fix that. Here, okay, speed's good. 1, 2, speed's good. 1, 2, yeah, okay, 1, 2, and there we go. We're at our altitude. So now let's fix the heading, okay? 1, 2, right? You're going to go maybe half standard to a heading, half standard to a heading, and then check in. Half standard to a heading, half standard to a heading, and check in. Make sure that after you, because we were descending, right? We reduced power, and then rounded out at our assigned altitude. Well, you don't want to leave the airspeed indicator for too long, because if all you did was pitch and trim to maintain that desired altitude, and you did not increase and restore some of that power, then if you don't check in with that airspeed indicator, if you just go right for the heading and you just make sure that, oh, yep, I'm on altitude, okay, and yep, I'm at altitude, you don't realize it, but you've been getting slower this whole time because you didn't actually level off correctly. You remember you were high, right? So you reduced power, you pitched down, you grouped these, checked in on the heading, saw that there was a problem, you grouped these, confirmed, yep, you grouped these, airspeed was great because, you reduced the power, airspeed stayed exactly the same, you're in a, 200 or 300 foot per minute descent, and then, okay, 1, 2, okay, here comes my altitude, 3, and trim, heading looks good, trim for that, good, okay, great. Now let's work on that. We're off our heading, right? So we're working on that. Okay, great. We trimmed it. Good. Worked on our heading. Oh, no, we're starting to descend. Hold on. Let me trim a little bit more nose up, right? Work on our heading. A little more nose up. That's weird. A little more on our heading. Okay, great. I'm still on my altitude. Awesome. Right. Well, think about that. More nose up trim. What are you talking about, right? Well, because the power was not restored at the bottom of the level out, now you find yourself 75 or 70 knots. 75. I hope that you would catch it sooner, right? Because you're going to feel that. You're going to feel the heaviness of the controls, that it's not going to be responsive. And you can be like, what? Like, that's weird. Oh, shit, I'm at 75 knots. This is not good. And then you got to fix the problem, right? And don't just be like, now you're low. Now you're like maybe 20 or 40 feet low and trending 100 feet per minute descent. You're slow and you're off heading. And now you're trying to do now your eyes are just doing this. That's how that goes. And then you're done, right? That's not how we do it. That is not the 4-step scan. We choose a until you're better, until you're faster, and until you're super duper disciplined with doing this scan, and you know that airplane, you know these power settings, you have the experience IMC. Just figure out one problem at a time, and then when that problem is fixed, before you go move to another problem and you just start reconfiguring and adding power and stuff, think about what that's going to do to what you just did, right? If you're at altitude and you're on heading and you go, oh shit, I'm 75 knots in this example, right? Don't just be adding power. You do need to add power, but don't just add power, because guess what's going to happen? You're going to start pitching up, and yeah, your airspeed's going to increase at first, but then this is going to be pitching up. This is going to be 200, 300, 400 feet per minute climb. This is going to be climbing, and you're going to go, oh yeah, oh man, wait, I'm climbing. Trimming nose down, right, but not enough, because you only trim swipe. And now, yeah, your airspeed is kind of increasing. Oh, great, that looks great. And now you're just doing this. Now you're just doing this because you're like, okay, I'm increasing speed, right? Oh God, okay, that was close. Oops, heading. Oh. But you don't realize this whole time, like, dude, you're in a 300 foot per minute climb, dude. You know? So, what I've just described has probably happened to you, you know? And if it hasn't, then it will, you know, for sure. Unless you're just an autopilot all the time. But then it's like, what's the point of, you know, there's a lot more real flying to be done out there. And what I'm talking about is real flying. And really what I'm talking about is problem solving, okay? So today this is what we did last time, and we flew some attitude instrument flying and did some basic instrument maneuvers. But we're going to go, we're going to go kind of crazy tonight. And what we're going to do is we're going to take those attitude instrument flying skills, and we're going to apply them to some actual maneuvers and get these maneuvers done. All right, so what are these maneuvers? I use the Ralph Butcher. These are also in the instrument handbooks. Okay, so we'll look at visual flying and some circling maneuvers. Okay, these are, when we say visual flying, we're not talking about VMC. We're talking about IFR. I'm pretty sure this is going to be IFR, IMC, but like at the end of a circling maneuver, when it's circling is a visual maneuver, but make no mistake about it, you're still IFR. Yeah, the gates of flight, this idea that you need to be able to experiment to, you do need to know your power setting. That is very, very important. And even if it's just a ballpark, you know, but you do need to know those numbers. Like, what is your plane? What Skipper's talking about is like, what is your plane like to cruise at? You know, like if you're, if you're light, normal conditions, normal weight, what is it like to cruise at, and what do you feel comfortable cruising at? Like maybe over here, like these are the different gaits of this dog, I guess. You know, maybe we're not trying to gallop, you know, maybe you're out there just trotting along and you're just trying to collect yourself. You're up there you're trimmed out at cruise 90 knots. This is like a 90 knot cruise, I'd say, trotting along, you know. This is like 110. This is like a brisk, like 140, 150. Depends on what type of airplane you're in, to be honest with you. But, you know, in like a 182, this is like 90 knots probably. But somewhere between pace and trot is like 90. This is like 120, 130, and this is like 150 probably, 160. And so the question is like for you, like, where are you comfortable, and where are you, what are those power settings, you know? So we need to know these gates of flight, and we'll talk about that. Then we'll talk about these basic maneuvers. I think we might just jump to the basic maneuvers and the coordination exercises. And what are these different maneuvers? Yeah, ultimately, what we're going to probably do tonight is just jump to the intermediate and the advanced. And, well, we'll see. All right. So let's take a look. Actually, it's been a while since I've looked at this lecture. So let's take a look at visual flying. Okay. And you know what? Be right back. I got to pour this coffee. All right. All right. Lobster. Cute. Well, don't be upset with me, but ah. He. Okay. So let's check out this visual flying and see what's going on, because we might actually skip this here. Let's see. Circle the land. So we could definitely talk about that. We talk about that actually in the instrument I'm sorry, we talk about that in the instrument in the approaches lecture. So I think we'll probably save this. Yeah, we'll save these. Let's see here. Based on the 4-step scan, start there. Okay. Interesting. Let's see here. Yep, straight and level, cruise power. Dave, what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Tonight is IFR Tuesdays, and what we do is we're learning the skills to fly the airplane without seeing anything outside. And let's see here. I love you. Yes, dude, it is my favorite. Okay. So, boxing the attitude indicator, this is something that is not, it isn't like a term that I coined. This is like a butcher thing. But the idea is like just knowing your power settings. This is kind of what Skipper was talking about, where, you know, you want to know if you're going to descend, what do we mean by a power reduction, you know? What do we mean when you're done with your climb? What do we mean by backing the power off to cruise? You do need to know these numbers, and boxing the attitude indicator. Once you know your power settings, you'll start off with a climb, and we won't be doing this today. We're going to be doing more. This is like basic intro maneuvers, but this is still a pretty good exercise where let's see here, full power climb, idle power descents, halfway in for cruise, enter a wings level 2 bar climb. So let's see here, let's see here. Right. 15-degree bank turn, roll wings level, enter a wings level 1 bar descent using descent power, stabilize. Yeah, so I mean pretty much. Okay, so just think we've been doing this since actually we did this last time we were doing attitude instrument flying. Okay, very good. Maintain standard bank rate bank into attitude with rudder pedals. Yo, what's up, chicken? What's going on? Okay, so we're good with the basic things. What I want to do is jump. There's your 4-step process. Okay, gates of flight. Okay. We know best angle. Steepest climb, best rate, cruise. I'm doing good, man. Thank you. I'm doing really well. I had a couple of flights today. Really, really nice. But then the weather moved in, and the overcast came in, so I was on the ground. I actually had 3, but third one I wasn't able to do, so I got some yummy Mexican food down the street instead. Oops, darn. Yeah, see, so we'll do a separate night when we go maybe back to basic attitude instrument flying. Yeah, it's better to be safe. Taco Tuesday, baby. Dude, just now realizing that it is Taco Tuesday. Oh my god, I'm the worst. All right, so we're gonna do all this stuff. We'll go through, like, we'll do some warm ups in the sim, slow cruise descent, and just pick, going after. Let's see here. Okay. Straight and level flight. So these are the basic maneuvers, and these are kind of what we were doing before. So yeah, no specified airspeed. Primary pitch is the altimeter, bank is the heading indicator, and primary for power is not the airspeed indicator, it is the tack. You want to make sure that you are at the right power setting. And that actually makes a lot more sense than looking at the airspeed indicator, because if you're going to be off of your airspeed, it's gonna be because of a power problem. So it's really just nice to know when you're talking about power. This is good for power, but yeah, this is really the primary right here. You want to make sure, what's the point if you can determine early, like, that you want to be at 22 or 2300 RPM, but you're over here looking and you're like already late. Once you determine that you're 5 or 10 knots too slow, or 15 or more, you're already late to the party. You've been having a power problem, so just fix the power, I would say. if the airspeed isn't primary. Now, I still think, this, if an airspeed, and oftentimes an airspeed is specified, not by ATC. I mean, unless you're like, in like a fast moving airplane, but your instructor would probably say something like, okay, maintain 90 knots, and or like maintain 3,000 feet to heading 270, but slow from 100 down to 80. Right. So in that case, you know that it is a power reduction. You are going to be trimming nose up, but you're going to be using this as primary for power. You're going to be making that power reduction, and you're going to be watching that speed decay as you maintain your altitude with that power reduction. And then as you come up to 80 or come down, as you approach 80, then, restore power for cruise and to maintain 80. Yeah, we got to maintain this straight and level flight in order to do other things like navigate. Super important. Turns. Let's just get to it, because we already talked about this stuff here. This is some good stuff, though, for sure. Intermediates. So accelerating and okay, now we're talking, intermediate maneuvers. So accelerating and decelerating while turning. So, where are you going to be looking? In other words, if you are in a turn and you are increasing or like you're in a turn, let's say, and you're going from 100 to 80, what are we doing? You need to recognize, like, let's see here. Speed increases. Yeah. We have to understand, first of all turns are based on what are called standard rate turns. And that is when the wing, it's whatever bank angle is required. There's no specified bank angle, although it is at normal speeds. It's usually around 15 degrees. But really, it's the bank angle required to put this wing on that notch right there is the whatever bank angle that is the bank angle to achieve 3 degrees of heading change per second. 3 degrees per second. That's 180 degrees in 1 minute. So we need to understand that as we increase power, like let's say that we're going to decrease speed, right? We're going to be in a left-hand turn from 100 and slow down from 100 knots to 80 knots. The thing is as we decrease the speed by reducing power, the radius of the turn decreases as we reduce our speed, our power, and we slow down. The turn radius decreases, which means that we are going to achieve, if we maintain the bank angle, we're gonna be achieving 3 degrees of heading change more quickly than we want to. So, Zybizvin. Wow, dude, I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. If you change power if you're holding a standard rate turn and you change your power setting to slow down or speed up, that will change your bank angle to maintain a standard rate turn. So in this example where we're slowing down and we maintain the bank angle, the turn radius decreases. So you're achieving a 3 degree heading change more quickly than you want to. And why is this even important? Like, who cares, right? As long as you're stable. The thing is ATC is assuming that people are making standard rate turns. That is how they keep everybody separated, and they're able to give you turns that line you up perfectly on certain airways or good evening, Bryce. What's up? They're going to give you turns based on, turns to headings and, turns to intercept airways and localizers and things like that are based on this standard rate turn, this assumption that, good morning. this assumption that you're going to be doing it at 3 degrees per second. So you really need to adhere to this, okay? Now, as you slow down, what's going to happen on your turn coordinator is the turn coordinator is going to dip down. And what that is telling you is you need to reduce the bank angle in order to reestablish yourself on this standard rate turn. That's what that means. As we, so as you slow down, you're going to see that bank angle change. It's going to dip down more. And so what that tells you oh, I need to reduce my bank angle. And, and that's why, because the turn radius decreases as you slow down. It also increases the turn radius increases as you go faster, right? So what that means is if we hold a standard rate turn and we increase power, if we maintain the same bank angle, the turn radius increases. That means that our rate of turn, we will be achieving 3 degrees of heading change, 3 degrees of heading change more slowly than we want, because that turn radius is increasing as we go faster. So as we go faster, the bank angle needs to increase to achieve 3 degrees per second. So that is what we are talking about. We're talking about accelerating, decelerating while turning. That is like the thing to understand. We also need to understand how power changes our pitch attitude. There's a tendency for the airplane to climb as we add power or descend as we decrease power. So we just need to be aware of that and trim accordingly. And remember, when we trim for an airspeed. Okay? So if we are in trimmed level cruise flight at 100 knots and we decrease the power to go to 80, and we don't touch the trim at all, the plane is going to go seek 80 knots. It's going to want to go pitch down, So yeah, you just need to be aware of that as we change our power setting, we're going to need to be on our trim. So, sorry, Bryce, you said, chicken, no problem. How to understand charts so I can stop using Flight Assistant. Yeah, definitely. We're going to do an en route, class another night. But yeah, if you wanted to, submit like a question or something in the chat, like for sure, no problem. All right. Yeah, as speed decreases, bank attitude is decreased. That's right. All right. Standard rate turns used when the heading indicator has failed. Require mental computation. So yeah, this is the idea. Let's see here. Are you going to touch on VOR? I'm looking into PPL and can't seem to understand it. I will absolutely do... Thank you for the follow, Bryce. I will absolutely do a VOR workshop another night. I do VOR workshops for the instrument pilot as well as the private pilot because everybody, we all can grow from that. I know I grow every time I teach it, and we can always get better at it. There's always some different ways. So, yeah, we can definitely do VORs another night. Tonight is just about attitude instrument flying and flying these maneuvers that I'm going to introduce to you. But we'll do VORs another time for sure. Feel free to get in touch with me if you want like a private lesson or something like that. Otherwise, I should be making my January Twitch calendar here in the next like day or so, and I'll definitely be sure to do that sooner than later, a solid VOR day. I've done it before and I've had a lot of success with it, and pretty much what happens is I have an app on my tablet that is a VOR trainer, and so I project my app onto the screen, and I'll walk you through exercises of like how to interpret what the instruments are telling you, what intercepting a radial looks like, How do we select a cross radial for position fixing and navigation? And absolutely. So yeah, just remind me if it's been a while, but I'll definitely, I want to actually do that more often, VOR navigation. So okay, compass turns, we're not going to be doing compass turns really. That's some partial panel stuff. Steep turns, we can definitely do that. The takeoff. Let's see here. Bryce. Landing hard, but I'm landing speed zone. I'm doing something. Can you rephrase that? Like, are you saying that you're landing hard, but you're like your approach, your final approach is like you're on speed? Is that what you mean? Is that what you're kind of getting at? Like, pretty much you're saying, like, I'm landing hard and I don't know why, because when I am coming in on the approach, like, my speed is good. So why am I landing hard? Is that what you're saying? If so, I do know the problem. But I just want to make sure I understand what... Well, no. So what's happening is without getting too into it, and we'll do another night of, I do landings, like I'll teach landings, no problem. Um, Most likely what the problem is you're focused too much on your speed, actually. If you're focusing too much on your speed, you don't realize that your power setting you probably have a really low power setting. And this skipper, this kind of goes into what you're saying is if you have a low power setting, lower than it needs to be, you're gonna be on speed. If your power setting is lower than it should be and you're on speed, then necessarily what's happening is your descent angle is too steep. That's the only way that you can maintain a good speed. Making sure that you're on speed is one of the pieces, but that doesn't really help you because in a way it does, because if you're still landing hard and you're on speed, guarantee you, like, what's probably going on is your descent angle is too steep. And what happens is if your descent angle is too steep, especially when you start, you cannot do this in heavy airplanes, but this happens too even in light airplanes. If it's too steep, if you're on speed or even 5 knots slower, normally that's not that big of a problem. Obviously you don't want to get too slow, but if you're 55 instead of 60, but you're on a good slope or a slightly steeper slope, like, what you don't want to do is have a steep descent profile and be on speed or slow, because then when you go to flare, the plane is just going to continue to descend. No, it's okay, dude. It's okay. Well, we're gonna get back to the maneuvers right now, but I mean, that's why I'm here too. And I mean, it's a great. That's a question we all can learn from. So I figure, spend some time on it. And yeah, you're just descending at with too much energy. Like, the airplane, you have run out by the time you go to flare. You wouldn't want to put it. Oh, you wouldn't want to put it in a tube. Dude, was that Tim and Eric? That was Tim and Eric, right? You put it in a tube, and that tube expands. When that tube expands, yeah. So here's my advice, Bryce. Okay. Don't focus solely on speed. You need to focus on descent rate. Do not even focus on descent rate. You should be focused on the the sight picture outside, and a couple of things. Number one, you need to make sure that the runway shape looks good, because what's probably happening is you're coming in, you're probably coming in a bit higher than you want to, which would be why you would, if you're slightly higher or more, if you're slightly higher than you want to be on slope, then that is motivation for you to cut the power and descend more steep than you should be, to get down to where you want to be. And that, if you're really reducing that power, then that is how you are remaining on speed. So my guidance would be to just try and get on a better slope. Thank you so much for the follow. What is it? Chow time. Get on a better descent slope. Get on a better descent profile. You want a trapezoidal shaped runway. You do not want a long rectangular shaped runway. Spider Monkey, thank you for the follow. You don't want a rectangular shaped runway. You want a trapezoidal shaped runway. And you want to make sure, they asked me to get up to 10,000 from the runway. Yeah, it depends on what your, well, yeah, I mean, it depends on if you're IFR or not. But anyway, yeah. So that's my guidance. Okay. Instrument takeoff. We'll definitely do that. Constant rate climbs and descents. Okay, baby, definitely. Constant rate climbs and descents. See, I feel like we did this as well. Let's go straight to the, yeah, unusual attitudes. Okay, advanced coordination. This is what we're going to be doing, okay? So, if you run VFR at first, you won't have ATC bothering you about altitude. Yeah, like, they shouldn't bug you about altitude as much unless it's a traffic confliction. So, the vertical S is going to be something that we actually dabbled with last time, but we're going to warm up with some basic maneuvers, and then we'll get into the vertical S. So the vertical S is, it's a coordination maneuver where pretty much what we're doing is we're maintaining our airspeed, and we're flying a series of climbs and descents continuously, 500 feet above, below, above, below, above. And this is a 500 foot per minute descent. And then after 500 feet, we go 500 feet. It looks like this guy did it for, this is 1,000 feet a minute, it looks like, actually. But it's the same idea. So we're going to be doing 500s, actually. This is a 1,000 foot per minute descent and climb. In a bigger airplane, it's basically the same thing. It's like the analogy. But, we'll be doing 500s, so we're going to be, 500 foot per minute climb. And then you could actually do it 500 foot per minute descent, 400 foot per minute climb, 400 foot per minute descent. And it's not going to look like this sharp of a hill right here. It's going to look more rounded like this. And we're just going to keep going up and down just like that. And the idea is like, yeah, we could do 1,000 feet. But the idea is when you get to the top, to the bottom, right, you're going to reduce power and lower the nose so that you maintain, let's just say 90 knots. You use that 4-step scan to establish a 500 foot per minute descent. And the idea is getting right in here as you start rounding out the bottom. You don't just start pitching, because then you're definitely going to be slow. So what you need to do is add a little bit of power and coordinated power, smooth power increase, and then pitching up to really round out the bottom, and then continue to add power and get into a 500 foot per minute climb right away, and maintaining 90 knots through this entire thing. If you don't do it right, if you just concentrate on pitching and that power increase is insufficient at the bottom right here, you're gonna either blow through this altitude, or you're going to lose speed, because what you're going to immediately do is get right up into a 500 foot per minute climb. And if you're behind on that, if you're shy, if you're timid about that power increase, that route, just leveling off, is going to start, you're going to find yourself 5, maybe even 10 knots slower. But once you start getting into that climb, that speed's going to really decay. And now you're slow to increase that power, and it turns out that you're behind, and now you're actually either at your speed is staying the same, but it's lower than it wants to be, or it's still insufficient and decreasing. So you really want to make sure, don't jam the power in, but you do want to don't be shy about adding that power, because you got to go uphill now. Okay. Also, you don't want to do this too high, because it depends on your density altitude if you're able to do that or not. So don't pick a speed like 120 knots or something, because most light, training aircraft you can't be up at 5,000 feet or 4,000 feet and maintaining 500 feet per minute climb, especially if it's warm and if it's the two of you, or 3 people, and 120 knots at 500 feet per minute. It's just not going to do it. Like in a 160 horsepower naturally aspirated engine, it's just not going to do it. So, maybe a single pilot doing and it's cold outside, and you're fairly light, and you're like in a 180 horsepower engine or something, and of course above 500 foot per minute climb for really powerful engines is usually not a problem. But the higher you go, the thinner the air, the less performance you have. So just be good to your airplane. That's why I select 90 knots, 3,000 feet. It's super safe to just do a bunch of 500s, no problem. Right, and then you could actually, yeah. Oh, this is a good point right here. When you're doing the vertical S and you come up to the top right here, don't be just hyper focusing on the altimeter, because excuse me, you need to monitor your airspeed as well, as we said. Now this is even more hardcore. When you get into the this is a variation of the vertical S that we're gonna do. That basically this involves turning at the same time. So you're doing your 500 climb, your 500 descent, 500 foot per minute climb, 500 foot per minute descent. But the difference is that you are in a turn as well. And if you maintain a standard rate turn, and if you initiate a 500 foot per minute climb or descent cleanly, and you keep that turn, then you should be, at the end of 1 minute, you should be right around the altitude you want and 180 degrees difference in heading. So in other words, after 2 minutes, if you're in a 500 foot per minute descent and you stay in the descent and you do a 360, a 2 minute standard rate turn, that's 360 degrees, you should be 1,000 feet lower and back on heading at the same time. If you're doing a 500 foot per minute climb and you do a 2 minute standard rate turn, then you should be 1,000 feet higher and back on the heading that you started. Because in the time it's going to take you to do 2 180s, right, at a standard rate turn, that's 2 minutes, right? And you were also doing, let's just say, 500 feet per minute climb. 500 feet per minute. So you spent 1 minute doing 180. So there's 500 feet that you climbed there, and you're continuing another 1 minute for a 360 to complete the circle, right? So 1 minute for one half of the circle, another minute for the other half of the circle, and if you're 500 feet per minute, 2 of those is 1,000 feet. So by the time you do 360 degrees, you've climbed or descended 1,000 feet. We could even go even more hardcore than this. And we'll get to that. We could go even more hardcore than this, and instead of keeping the bank angle, like, or instead of turning in the same direction, like this guy right here, right? He's turning to the right in the whole 360, and then he goes boom to the left. We could definitely do that. We could also go to the right, let's say, for a minute, and then we could also then change directions. You see this here? You could change directions and do a minute in the other way, climbing or descending. You could descend the whole time. You could do a 500 foot per minute descent here, and then oops, switch it up. Thanks a lot, dude. Good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. So yeah, we can do variations of climbing and descending. We're gonna do it all. If we have time, we'll get to the Oscar pattern. This is pretty sweet. It kind of looks more complicated than it is, although it is quite the workload. Yay! When you can do the Oscar pattern, you've made it. Happy New Year! You can do it. Nice job. Yeah, when you can do this maneuver, you're good to go, dude. You're good to go, because it's done at constant airspeed, and you're gonna start right here at the 0. You're gonna start right here, and you're gonna start with a climb. 1 minute, 2 minutes, right? 1 minute for 500, 2 minutes is 1,000 climb, 500 foot per minute climb. So there's 2 minutes gone by, right? You're going to be going straight after that for 15 seconds. That's where it puts you at 2 minutes and 15 seconds right there. You've got after 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you're going to do a 90-degree standard rate turn. It's not exactly represented the right way right here. You're not going to go straight. You're just going to do a 90. And the thing about a 90-degree standard rate turn is it's 30 seconds long. Yeah, I know, Bryce. You don't need to rain on the party, sir. I'll throw confetti up, dude, if I want to, man. No, just kidding, dude. I'm sure you're a stand-up guy. So, yeah, your 2 minutes and 15 seconds goes by is up. 30 seconds for the 90-degree standard rate turn, and there that puts you at 245. Okay, 245. You start your 15. What is that? A 15 second? No. Wait a sec. Hold on. Yeah, because that would be a minute. Wait, that should be 3:30. Right? 2:45. 15 seconds. Let me see. I think they just mislabeled this, but basically 2:45, you got 15 seconds is 3 minutes. 1 minute, 500 foot per minute descent here for 1 minute. So there's 3 minutes, that's 4, and that's 5 minutes. Each of these hemispheres is a minute. 15 seconds here puts you at 5:15. 30 seconds for the 90-degree turn puts you from 15 to 45. 15 seconds is 6 minutes. Airspeed climbing is whatever you can do. So, 90 knots is usually agreeable. Like, the plane usually agrees with 90 for most altitudes. It depends on your density altitude, actually, as well, But 90 knots is pretty good. You have a lot of energy on both sides of 90. Whereas if you're up at, let's say that you do this at 2,000 feet, even though you shouldn't, you want to do this at a safe altitude. Let's say that you're low enough for the performance to do it at 120, and let's say your aircraft is powerful enough. Most likely you don't have a lot of excess power up, you know what I mean? You don't have a lot of excess power, you have all this energy to go below 120. But you know, if you're doing this at the top of the green, it's kind of like, you know, just be good to your plane. Versus like 90, you have leeway on both sides. So anyway, yeah, so on and so on. Okay, climb, descent, and you could either climb, descend. You could climb, descent, climb. You could actually, kind of going back to what we were saying with this, with mixing it up, right? Going through 180 and then switching up the turn. You could actually climb and then, you know, descend and go that way, but that's kind of another thing. Really, the Oscar pattern is this shape right here. And if you notice, one turn is to the right, turn is to the left, turn is to the right, turn is to the left. So that's something that we can attempt today as well. Cool, man. Flight sims are cool. And that's it, man. So let's that's it for the ground. That not bad. You know, hour of ground, pretty nice. I've been trying to keep those a little bit shorter and not get super hardcore with it. You know, you saw, like, dude, you could have that lecture be like a week long, you know. So, actually, you know what? I'm going to turn track IR off. Yo, it is 44 outside right now, dude. It's Southern California. What the hell? Really, Spider? That's awesome, man. Oh, ordinary. I'm so glad. You know what? I think it's gonna be even better, like right now, to apply it. Let's go, we'll warm up with the basic, you know, instrument maneuvers and stuff. It's gonna be great. We'll start with like straight and level flight, you know, and do those things. We'll do straight and level flight. We'll do turns, climbs, you know, and we'll warm up to it. By the way, we have a good number of viewers that joined a little bit late, so I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the description, I am a CFI, but I am wearing a Demon Cat T-shirt. Caring for your demon cat. Meow, meow. Love it. All right, I'm just gonna plug in a couple of things here for my sim, and we'll get going. Okay. Oh, meanwhile, I did want to pose a question now that there are more people in here. I saw something on Instagram that was is it Peter Dinklage? Who's the guy that played Tyrion Lannister? Yeah, Peter Dinklage to bitter Game of Thrones. I saw this on Now This News on Instagram. Peter Dinklage to bitter Game of Thrones fans, move on. It's been more than 2 years since the Game of Thrones finale aired on HBO to highly polarized response from audiences. Now Peter Dinklage, who played iconic character Tyrion Lannister, one of my favorites, by the way, if not my favorite, on the series, is telling the show's critics to get over it. I think the reason there was some backlash about the ending is because they were angry at us for breaking up with them. Dinklage said in a recent interview with the New York Times, which, dude, so Tyrion Lannister, by the way. we were going off the air and they didn't know what to do with their Sunday nights anymore. They wanted more, so they backlashed about this. We had to end when we did because what the show was really good at was breaking preconceived notions. Villains became heroes, heroes became villains. The actor continued. He added, they wanted a pretty, let's see here. They wanted the pretty people to ride off into the sunset together. By the way, it's fiction. There's dragons in it. Move on. So, what are your thoughts on the ending? Not to bring up, controversy. Did you guys like the I'm not going to say my opinion yet. I'm curious what your thoughts are and if you agree with him. What were your thoughts on the last season or on the show in general? I'd love to open this up for discussion. Probably regrettably. Regrettably. Oh, dude, Key and Peele, right? All right, we got the rudder pedals. Let's see. He has no idea why people enjoyed the show. You don't think so? You don't think he, I don't know. Rushed job. Yeah, a little bit of a rushed job. Ending was lame, but all things end. They didn't have any more pre-written material. I guess that's true, right? How hard is it to land the F-15? Bryce is totally on topic. How hard is it to land the F-15 Top Gun airplane with the last update Microsoft? You mean the F-14? Dude, don't... That F-14, man... Well, I don't know about the F-14 in Microsoft Flight Sim. You guys didn't even say anything about my Demon Cat t-shirt, dude. Come on, man. I would have complimented your Demon Cat t-shirt. But I will say this, though, dude. I tried the F-14 in DCS. Holy shit, man. That... I don't think I've ever been so pissed off, dude, in my life. Actually, yes, I have. But that plane, dude... What Satanist, designed that airplane? So impossible to fly that airplane, dude. So impossible. Someone's gonna be in here. No, I actually think the F-14's like the easiest airplane. I actually really like it. So, well, you know what? I envy you, person who I invented just now. Because no way. That airplane is impossible to fly, dude. I was shocked. And DCS has, their flight model, that is the way that airplane would fly. And I was just so shocked because the F-14 is like my childhood, dream airplane, Top Gun and all of that shit, man. So when it came out for DCS, I was like, ooh, I'm gonna get it. Hell yeah, dude. Buddy of mine got it. He had a hard time with it, although he's probably better with it than I am. Shit was cray-cray. Alright, let's go X-plane. And oh, you know what? I'm gonna get my my 4 flight as well. Hey! What up, what up? All right. Bryce, hosting my stream with one. Oh, dude, I appreciate it, man. You're awesome. Got some foods. What'd you get me, dude? Cause we're cool, dude. I know you got me some, so that's really nice of you, man. What is it? Yo. So you got some kielbasa's, dude, or what's up, man? Oh, dude, got you. Dude, nice. All right, guys, let's get X-Plane going. So we're just gonna do this in let's see. People were just mad that it had to end. No, people were mad that the characters they cared for took 90 to 180-degree swerves in their personalities and goals. That many of them made decisions which made no sense. Events happened for the sake of wrapping up a certain number of episodes instead of telling a story that made sense. Dang. Cryptic, dude. Let him know, Cryptic. Tell him. See, I thought I had another. I had the PC-12. I had the Citation 2. I thought I had another Citation, although I might be thinking of the working title, because the Mustang is a really nice one. PC-12. Dude, handle it, chicken. Dude, you have the Sell Your Soul version of that shirt? That's rad. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Oh, yeah. Cash for Souls. $5? Damn, dude. These kids are in line for $5. Jesus. Have some self-respect, yo. Economics for children, dude. I love it. I have I know, exactly. Economics. The pentagram on the side, by the way, in the shadows. Oh man, dude, I have one of my favorites that I have is Worship Our Dark Lord. And it's these guys in like cult robes that are like standing around like this, you know, like praising the this giant coffee like carafe filled with like to the max with coffee. It's the shit. It's the same exact art. What's another one? I have the journey, I think, to the cat portal. Something about cat portal and like these portal to the cat dimension, I think. I have what else? Dude, yeah, I love those shirts, dude. They're amazing. No, actually, Cryptic, I have not seen any of the new X-Plane. Although I am excited for it because X-Plane has never let me down, dude. I was on X-Plane 10 for like... Dude, it's meant to be, chicken, dude. You gotta go handle it, man. That's what I'm saying. I got some good stuff right here, man. So Cryptic, no. I was on X-Plane 10 for the longest time. And then I got a better computer, got X-Plane 11, loved it. And let's see here. And I am jazzed for for X-Plane 12. What do you have you seen any videos? What do you know about do you know anything about it? Cool. And then fuel pump off. Idle. Throttle in. Dude, I can't wait. Do you guys know when is X-Plane coming out, actually? I don't know when it's coming out. Yeah, dude, for me, it can't come out soon enough. I'm so pumped. Yeah, you don't know about X-Plane 12? Yeah, man, I can't wait, dude. It's gonna be so awesome. It's gonna be so awesome. Yeah, X-Plane, dude, you can't beat the model, the X-Plane model. So let me get my four flight up here. Yeah, I think we have enough fuel. I mean, we could always just refuel in the air. And there we go. We're good on for flight. I'm just going to put it up here. And then I'm going to turn on breadcrumbs. Go more, and we'll go to settings. And breadcrumbs is on. Sweet. Also, wait, downloads. Oklahoma. California, good. Okay, good. All my California shit's there. Okay, awesome. Oh, and then I'm going to take the traffic off. Sweet. And that's good right there. We don't need... we can actually do that, I suppose. Is that... We could probably do that. Yeah, because then we can use... We'll probably do some intercepting and tracking, maybe. You know? But I'm thinking... does that look pretty good for you guys? Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do... is do an instrument takeoff, and this is actually one of the standard maneuvers that all we're going to be doing is a constant. It's a constant to me. Flight. Ooh, interesting. Microsoft Flight Sim seems to be a better match for GA flying. Fidelity of the ground in cities is just unparalleled. Yeah, X-Plane might be better for study or simming jets or airliners. I think they won't, since the ground. No, cryptic. The fact is, number one, there are a couple facts. Number one, Microsoft Flight Sim looks better. Okay. Number two, the flight modeling, the way that airplanes behave, is unparalleled in X-Plane. That is a stone cold fact. And you'll have hardcore like simmers that love the shit out of Microsoft Flight Sim tell you that. if you've used X-Plane, you would definitely know that, you know? And that's okay. Like, you don't have to. But, I mean, the thing is, yeah, it absolutely... It's just, it's not even in the same universe. As an experienced pilot that's used both, that has taught flight instruction, and, you know, like, dude, it's, yeah. Microsoft Flight Sim, yeah, it looks amazing, but it's not, X-Plane is not just for airliners. In fact, because the airliners and jets and all different kinds of those types of airplanes, you primarily use autopilot. What you want to do is use those in Microsoft Flight Sim, right? That you're not even flying those planes. When you do a jet, when you fly a jet or whatever, you're not really flying them. You're monitoring the autopilot. You're programming a GPS or a flight management system or a flight management computer, and you absolutely care how the ground looks. Dude, like, if you're flying over clear, like, over Arizona, Grand Canyon, if you're flying over forests, like, over, you know, beautiful, like, water and stuff like that, like, dude, yeah, that's all Microsoft Flight Sim. And I'm talking about in jets, you know, or in, you know, charter aircraft. Even at 20,000 feet, like, you're still seeing some beautiful stuff, you know? But because the flight modeling is inferior, the place to fly jets is actually in Microsoft Flight Sim, because autopilot's doing everything, you know? But if you want to learn how to fly an actual airplane, and if you want to study, that's why I'm doing this in X-Plane, by the way. I'm doing the attitude instrument flying in X-Plane, because you're not going to get this type of behavior, this type of crisp real world dynamics in Microsoft Flight Sim. And I need it to teach instrument flying. You know, that's why I do my private pilot Wednesdays and Thursdays. I'll do that typically in Microsoft Flight Sim, because it's just the way that things look, you know. Or I'll do my community flights in Microsoft Flight Sim. But, you know, 9 out of 10 times, if I'm doing my IFR Tuesdays, dude, I'm in X-Plane for a reason. You know what I mean? So, okay, guys. So what I was gonna say is this is will be far more competitive when Microsoft Flight Sim, when it comes out in 2022 over the next 9 years. Ooh, yeah. See, that's what I can't wait for. Knowing that X-Plane is the superior flight model in terms of dynamics and actual, you know, how airplanes fly. Like, yeah, that's all I'll say about that. I can't wait for how they respond to Microsoft Flight Sim and try and get there and have it at least look better. It could look a lot better. Frankly, Microsoft or X-Plane 11 doesn't look that bad, in my opinion. Stock, you know? But over the next 9 years, we developed and faster than Microsoft Flight Sim, who spends so much time on adding sellable money-making game. That's the thing, is it's a game. Microsoft Flight Sim is a game. That unfortunately is the case. And you know what? Games are cool, man. I'm a gamer. Like, I love games. Games are the shit. Games look awesome. Games bring people together. You know, that's what Microsoft Flight Sim does. But if you want to fly and you want to learn how to fly, and if you're curious about how airplanes really behave, like in actual real life, bro, look no further. That's what we're doing right here, actually. So back to what I was saying. We had a couple people leave after that. Damn, that's okay. So, what we're going to be doing right now is a basic maneuver. We're going to be on our way to the practice area. And the first thing we're going to do is do a constant airspeed climb. That's what a takeoff actually is. When an instrument takeoff, we're going to be, we're on the ground right now. We're going to be using the rudder to maintain a heading of 260. It's a 26 runway 26. And we're just going to be maintaining and watching our airspeed. When we are at a rotation speed at like 55, we're going to pitch up. And what we're going to do is we're going to concentrate on this attitude indicator right here. Can you guys see that okay? Do you want me to zoom in at all, like a little more? Or this probably looks good, right? Maybe put this like up here or something. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Or maybe put that like right here. Ooh, shit. All right. Let's see here. Spider Monkey. If someone only had Microsoft Flight Sim, could this be done? Well, if that's all you got, then that's all you got. Microsoft Flight Sim isn't like pointless to have. It's nice. You know what I mean? It's a really good one. But I got Microsoft Flight Sim because I was curious about the new age graphics. I wanted to look, see what they've been developing. It's been a long time for Microsoft Flight Sim, since 2007 or whatever it was. So I'm like, what's up? What's going on? We haven't partied in a long time. So, I was curious about that. But yeah, so if that's all you have, then dude, like, handle it, Frankly, if you're just learning and and if you're not super proficient and like technical and stuff, and you just kind of want to get an idea of like, what happens when I reduce power or, increase power, or making it, or practicing my instrument cockpit, my instrument scan, like, dude, go for it. It doesn't behave wildly, different. Although I believe in some cases it is absolutely wildly different and negatively stable. So, but I think you could get the job done if that's all that you have. Absolutely, you can get the job done. But I wouldn't teach in it personally. Please, can you humor me? Turn the landing lights on, off, and see what the ammeter does. I'm sure Microsoft Flight Sim 172 has it backwards. So yeah, it's off and then on, and it dips down a little bit. Where's the best place for this? Maybe up here. Yeah, it dips down when it's on. All right, so let's get to it, dude. Yeah, it dips toward, see, dude, it's like, but X-Plane, yeah, X-Plane's got it right. It dips toward the discharge, boom, it dips towards discharge, and then it goes back because it's drawing, and then it's gonna pick up the load, like it's gonna be replenished, right? So to me that makes sense. Okay, like I said, so we're gonna go full power. We're gonna go down the run. So wait, you're telling me Microsoft Flight Sim, it jumps up positive, or it jumps up? That's weird. That's what I'm saying, man. X-Plane. Yeah, so when we're at rotation speed, what we're gonna do is pitch up, and what you're gonna find with a full power, with a takeoff power setting, 75 knots is really what we're gonna be going for. Our it's like a VY. I believe it's 74 for VY, but so 75 is what we're gonna go for, and that's gonna be takeoff power, and then like 11 degrees of pitch, and immediately what we're gonna do when we go to rotate is start in our with our step one, start with our attitude, and then boom, go into our inverted V. Okay, so let's go brake off. Okay, that should be off. Okay, here we go. Toes down. See, dude, notice even the look at that. Look at the attitude indicator. Watch, I'm gonna go full power. Look at how it like moves from the gyro inertia. That's so interesting. All right, so toes down. 2,000 RPM, right? Checking our temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical is good. Let's go. And I'm just going to give it right rudder. Airspeed is alive. And rotate. So I'm going to pitch up for 11 degrees. And see, pitching up 11 degrees is really nice. Like, super slow to accelerate to 75 knots. And there's 75 knots. And then I'm just going to pitch to maintain. All right. So I'm going to pause right here. And I'm going to explain what's going on. That whole time, I didn't look anywhere other than here. I mean, and just basically do this. I'm starting here, you know, your wings level, and you're going here. I guess I did do all four like super quick, but really I was just looking at this and just going boom, 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 like this. I'm also making sure I'm on heading, but I just jumped, you know, your wings level, you're climbing, boom, T-scan right here. Bam, 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 like that. You know you're climbing. Guess what this is doing? It's like, you know, you don't want to forget this, because we're going to be doing a turn to 200. Let's see here. Isn't that the wheel strut compressing as you apply power with the brakes on, altering the attitude of the plane on the ground? Yeah, I suppose so. You know, I mean, I guess when you go full power, or 2,000 RPM, yeah, it kind of wants to, you know, it changes the attitude of the airplane a little bit, you know, when you're on the ground. I'm just saying, like, you see it. Well, it is a gyro effect, right? It's a gyro effect from the attitude of the airplane, like, kind of shifting a little bit. All I'm saying is that you see the gyro, you see the instrument move around. The gyro instrument actually moves. Like, it's not like, you know, you need big movements of all. My only point is you don't need big movements of the airplane for this to respond. That's how good this is. You know, you get some sort of very subtle movement, you know, with even just being on the ground. This is a very technical thing. The same thing happens. It's more of a gyro effect of a precession effect. But if you were to pitch up and down really abruptly, this heading indicator is going to move. And so all I'm saying is this is really, like, it's representative, I think, of the dynamics in this sim, how good they actually and how detailed they actually are. I don't know. Microsoft Flight Sim might do it as well, but I mean, it just looks really great. Okay, so we've got 11 degrees here. Actually, this is just about 14 degrees, and so it makes a lot of sense that our speed is now starting to trend a little bit below 75. So what I'm going to do is bring that dot back down to 11, and that's going to bring up my speed a little bit. And then I'm going to get into basically a radial scan, where I'm going to go from the attitude indicator to my speed, make sure I'm on heading. And then I'm going to be watching my altimeter really closely, because at 800 feet, I'm going to start making a left turn to a 200 heading. And what I don't want to do is maintain my pitch attitude. Because if I maintain that pitch attitude and I go into my standard rate turn, then my speed is going to be slowing down. So I want to bring that down like a degree, maybe from 11 to 10. And then in the turn, you know, I'll be I'll be maintaining my my speed. So let's go ahead and do that. That's not true. First of all, this is a 172 SP, and this is a single pilot. Dude, this thing will do. It'll maintain in a it's near at sea level, you'll see. It absolutely can. 1,000 feet per minute, if you are, if you're a single pilot, and if you're not, dude, it'll even do that with full tanks. Like, I've been in the airplane to actually do it. Like, yeah, it absolutely will hold, what, 900 feet a minute or something. So, let's see. It looks like it's like holding 900 feet a minute. All right, so here comes 8. There's 800. So now we're going to start our left-hand turn, okay? So there is 10 degrees. Oh, it looks like we could actually go back to, looks like we could actually go back to 11. No problem. But either way, that little dot wants to live like right in that area, as my girlfriend would say. It wants to live right in that area. So all I'm doing is initiating a turn to the left. It's a left turn heading 200. And let's see here. Oh, it didn't. Dang. All right. All right. So yeah, I've got my attitude indicator, my inverted V, showing a standard rate turn to the left. I'm climbing. It's all good. And then now I'm actually going for my quantities here. I'm doing my T-scan. I'm making sure that this pitch attitude doesn't result in too much speed gaining, because then I could be climbing more, actually. And that's actually what I'm going to do right now. I'm actually going to pitch up to about 14 degrees. Looks like it actually wasn't disagreeing with that too much. And then I don't even need to check in with my altimeter anymore. So I'm just going to be watching this right there. And as I come around to a 200, I'm going to go wings level here. Wings level here. There you go. Keep climbing. And then T-scan wings level on a 200. Pitch, maintain a pitch for 75. Actually, we'll do 80 knots now that we're above our safe altitude. And yeah, just T-scan and check in with our altitude. We're going to take it up to 3,000. So here we go. So there's 14 degrees of pitch. Here comes 200 on the heading. And wings level on the heading. Okay. There's 11 degrees, and I'm just gonna, I need to trim this a little bit better, I think. It's actually not terrible. Yeah, so it does really like 11 degrees. Now, as we go higher, you know, obviously our rate of climb is not as awesome. Not a problem, though. It's still pretty impressive. All right, and then we're just gonna do our climb check. Right, now that we're trimmed out, hands off, that's the way to go. Climb check. And the way that I'm gonna do my climb check, by the way, it's very important, this needs to be said, is I start at the attitude indicator and I radial out. So, right, temperature, attitude, pressure, attitude, and then I'll check in with my speed. Attitude, vacuum, attitude, electrical, attitude. Am I on heading still? Attitude, right? Give those another check maybe. Am I on speed? And then I come back, right? Am I producing power? You know? Okay. No, the SP is a 180 horsepower. That's what that's all about. Yeah, it's super nice. All right, so then we do our 1,000-foot altitude call out. We're 2,000 for 3,000. Actually, we can pitch down now for 80. Notice I'm not gonna reduce power. I need to increase speed. The other thing I wanted you to notice too is I went from 11 to 10 to very slowly increase speed. All right, 11 to 10 to slowly increase speed. I'm not going to 5 degrees of pitch because first of all, this will be dramatically less rate of climb. But also, we're going to overshoot 80 for sure. Okay? So that's the first thing. We just lower it in a degree or two. In this case, it was 1. And just watch this increase. Check in on the heading. And just watch this become 3,000, okay? And then just start that all over. Analyze, make sure that you're doing 10. Am I wings level? We're trending, you know, we're trending good. There's our inverted V. I'm on heading. I'm on speed. Waiting for 3,000. And then as we come up to 3,000, well, we'll pause it and talk about it. But right in here, when we're about 400 feet away, I'm going to start pitching for not a constant airspeed, but a constant rate. And I'm going to let that airspeed build, actually. All right. So there's, let me get 10 degrees. See, this is insane. This is exactly how it feels in real life. Microsoft would not be doing this. It would not be behaving in this way. And X-Plane is not without fault either. Like, X-Plane could definitely be better. I'll bet you 2012 is going to be really, really nice, dynamics-wise. But this is incredible. This is incredible. Looks like 10 degrees is what we want. And now here we are in 300 feet away mode. Right here we're at 700 feet left. Or I'm sorry, we're at 2,700. We got 300 feet left. So what I want to do is pitch for 200 or 300 feet per minute. Now what I'm going to do is make my life easy. All right. And the way that I'm going to do that is I still want to climb and I still want to be doing it at a good speed. But what I do know for sure is that when I'm up at cruise in 300 feet, right, we're not doing this early. We're doing this right now when we're close to cruise. What do I know? I know that when I'm at cruise, I'm going to reduce power to my cruise power setting, right? I'm going to pitch down and I'm going to reduce power. So why not slightly reduce power right now and pitch down to maintain my speed and just control everything and control the rate of climb. I'm not talking about a big power adjustment. I'm talking about like 1 or 2, maybe 100 RPM, if even that. In fact, I'll probably start with like 50 right now. Nothing dramatic. I'm just saying, like, take some of that energy away. If you know that a few hundred RPM is going to be taken right now, like, you know, take some away. Even if you are letting this speed, let's let the speed build, you know. But all I'm saying is just take a little bit of RPM away and just relax the whole process. Relax the whole process. Because what's going to happen is if you just pitch, if you keep that RPM in there right now and you just pitch for 200 or 300 feet per minute, and let's just say that you do all that trimming, right? The speed is going to be increasing like crazy and hard to manage, and that's going out of control, right? And that it might even go in you know, who knows, like faster than you want it to go. The other thing is if you just pitch and you don't change your power setting, the RPM will increase unless you have a constant speed propeller. So, you know, just take care of that. And then what's going to happen if you just pitch and now your RPM is increased, you go, oh, too much RPM, and you back that power all the way off, but you just finished trimming for that speed. Now you're descending, so you're all jacked up, right? How about we just get it from the beginning and just make our lives easier. So I'm going to back this power off a little bit here now. Look at that. Look at that VSI come down. I'm still going to trim nose down. I'm still going to trim. I'm right now I'm looking at my VSI and I'm trimming nose down right now to maintain 200 or 300 feet per minute. You know that I am because the airspeed's increasing. Look at the VSI still wants to go up. I'm just trimming it right there at that 300 feet per minute mark. You got 100 feet to go. Nope, I'm not letting it. I'm not letting the VSI go. I'm at 5 degrees of pitch now, 90 knots. Now, what I'm gonna do, yeah, I'm gonna back this off. And there's 3,000 feet. And now I'm gonna tie the bow on this. And just trim for a 0 VSI. Right now, I'm just focusing on the VSI, and I'm focusing on the, the altimeter and the VSI together, and the heading indicator. There you go. It looks like this actually is like 1 degree above the horizon. Or what is it, 3 degrees? Actually 2 degrees. All right. So that looks pretty nice. Pretty nice. Oh, well, yeah, dude, that's at max gross, man. That's at max gross weight. 2550 is the max weight of the airplane. So I'm not at max gross. It's the maximum climb when you're that heavy. So they're not gonna rate it low. They want to rate that. They want to inflate those numbers, man. They're gonna inflate those. Like, dude, they're not taking. They're definitely not rounding down. Are you crazy? They're in the business of selling airplanes. They're up against Piper. They're up against Mooney. They're up against all these, Beach. So they're not rounding down. They're rounding up, and they're not like rounding up like disingenuously, but what they are doing is taking data from brand new aircraft, and that is the best numbers. They're not rounding down. Make no mistake about it. They're not. In fact, that's part of why we teach personal minimums is like, the landing roll data, the takeoff roll data, the climb data, like that's all brand spanking new aircraft. Like that is not reality. That is not reality. That's test pilot. That's a pilot who knows exactly what's going on. That is an aircraft that is not going to fail. That did not get the shit kicked out of it from a flight school. That doesn't need to go in for 100-hour like, yesterday. So, yeah, it's like car MPG. That's what I'm saying. Exactly, Skipper. Exactly. They're not rounding down. Absolutely not. But it's as simple as max gross, dude. Yeah, we're really light right now. That's all. And I think it's standard temperature that I have it. I have standard conditions right now. Let's see here. Yeah, I have. Oh no. I have temperature at. Oh, so it's actually colder than standard, and so that could have been it too. Actually, it's colder than standard and standard pressure. So 900. Really, what they're gonna do is like they're probably gonna do 800 to 900 feet a minute at this weight in normal, sea level temperatures and pressures, whatever even normal means. It's gonna do about 800 feet a minute, 900 feet. You're probably right about 1,000 feet. I will say that, not comfortably. If it's doing 1,000 feet per minute, it's probably because of momentum. It's probably momentarily because of momentum that it has. Maybe you're like started your climb at like 75 knots and then you started your climb and you have some, you know, energy going into the initial, but then it's like back down to 7, and then it's gonna, when you pitch back down to like get your speed back, and then you kind of restore some energy, it actually settles at about 8 or 900. So that's a fair point, Skipper, that you were making, I believe. But yeah. All right. So we're here at 3,000 feet. Let's do a descending. So we did a climb. Let's do a descent. Let's do a 500 foot per minute descent, constant rate. Okay. So let's actually slow down. Let's keep everything 90 knots. So we're gonna slow down, and we know what's gonna happen to the attitude of the airplane if we slow down. It's gonna pitch down, and so we need to trim. We need to retrim for a slower speed. So what I'm gonna do is not, you know, cut the power dramatically. What we need to do is take the power and reduce the power very incrementally. What are we doing right now? 2,400 RPM. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2,400 RPM. So let's take it 100 RPM. There's 23. And we're just gonna remember, we're gonna stay level at 3,000, just an airspeed change. That's all we're doing. All right, let's go 200 RPM from here. And look at what's gonna happen to our VSI, right? There we go. Let's not let it. So we're going to pitch up with elevator and then trim the pressure off. And as we trim nose up to maintain a 0 VSI. Oh shit, hold on. I hate that, dude. I wonder if I can... Yeah, dude, these do nothing. Pitch trim up. Do nothing. Do nothing. Okay, cool. That works. Good. Okay, sweet. That's way better. That was like super annoying. More important, if you set max vertical speed to maintain 70 knots at sea level, climb to 10,000 feet, by the time you get there, you'll most likely be in trouble behind the power curve if you have not leaned and reduced vertical speed. That's true. That's true. That's why, like, if you're in a if you're really doing that, the best way to do it, like if you want to do a vertical speed initially, the way to do it is a indicated airspeed mode. You know what I mean? Or flight level change if you're in a jet. One sec. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Yes, it does. It also increases RPM as well. Yeah, leaning the mixture, what essentially what you do is you're restoring the proper amount of fuel. Like, you're restoring the correct ratio of fuel to air for the thinner air that you're flying in at that moment in time. So yeah, it definitely saves you money, but it also gives you a little bit more power, because what happens is if you have fuel in there, that is not being burned, it actually absorbs some of the heat that's going on. The unburned fuel absorbs some of that heat, and you're not producing the power that you want. Yeah, so I wanted to point something out here. So see, we're at 3,000 feet, but the VSI is not happy. See that 50 foot per minute drop? It's doing what we need it to do, but it's not super happy about it. So what I'm going to do is give it a little bit more. I'm going to give it 50. It's happier with that. It's definitely happier with that. It might have even been complaining for no reason. Right? I'm actually going to back that 50 off. I'm going to go back to 21. I think it was happy with 21. Cool. Okay, so we slowed down to 90. Let's descend at 90. Okay, let's maintain 90 and descend 2,500 at 500 feet a minute. We know we need to reduce power, and I'm just gonna see like what these numbers are. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's reduce power. Let's see what's going on. So I'm 1 or 2 degrees. I'm like 1 degree below the horizon. Yeah, way too fast. So let's go ahead and reduce some power. There's 90 knots, 500 feet per minute. Yeah. Nice. Very nice. There you go. So it looks like 17, maybe 18 actually. So 1800 RPM was a good one. And there's 2005. Let's go ahead and add back to 21. And we actually need to catch up. Cool. And then we just assess. Like, we're a little bit slow, so let's go add. Oh, we're a little bit low on RPM. Sweet. Yeah, so 1800, let's see here. So what altitude would you typically cruise in a single prop? Well, it depends on if that prop is a piston or if it is a turboprop. And it also depends on if you're VFR or IFR. It also depends on if what the terrain is. But typically, like around where I'm at, down here at sea level, there's a lot of open space. Some hills. I mean, the LA basin is surrounded by mountains, but assuming that you're cruising around in the basin, and you're obviously assuming that you're not violating any airspace or anything, 3,500 is good. 5,500 is good. That puts you below a lot of 3,500 puts you above all of the deltas around here, as well as below the Bravo as well. Like you could cruise around in Echo at 3,500, like all over the place over here. Now, once you start crossing the final approach path into LAX and like that whole area, then yeah, like you need to be either lower to go under the Bravo or get a Bravo clearance through it. But yeah, for the South LA basin, 3,500 puts you in Echo for like around a lot of right in Echo a lot of the time. So that's really nice. Yeah, 800 feet, 800 RPM is the way to go for that 500 foot per minute descent. It should be. Let's figure out this climb here, and let's actually do a. You know what? Let's stay at 2005. Let's do a standard rate turn to the left. Nice. So all I'm doing, let's see here. Yeah, I've got Alliance and DFW right near me. Ooh, so you're in yeah, you're in Texas. Um so you're probably similar. Where is Alliance a class Delta? Dallas Fort Worth is obviously a Bravo, but you know, the Bravos have all these shelves and stuff. So I'm wondering, is it the same thing where it's like, you know, Alliance is a class Delta, and then you can be above Alliance but below DFW in Echo for a lot of it, and you could be at like what 3,000 or something, or 3,000 feet AGL or something. Is that what's going on? All right, coming around to 200 is let's see here, 180. That's, or let's see, that's a 02 actually, 020. Cool. So again, starting with the attitude indicator, put it in the bank, inverted V, starting with the turn coordinator to put it on the peg for a standard rate turn. Make sure that this is a 0, okay? Watch your heading. So that's your step 2, right? Step 2 is inverted V. Step 3 is the T scan, watching your altitude or watching your heading. Check in with your altitude for sure. You know, these obviously agree. That's staying put. That's 0. And then, you know, I'm just monitoring my 90 knots here. Yeah, Skipper, that's hardcore, dude. And then what we'll do is maintain 2005. It really likes that 2150, huh? 2150 for cruise in the turn. Actually, 21. Because look, we're also fast. That's cool. Is it like a typical... Yeah, so it's class, I see. So let's go in a turn. Let's go back to 200. Let's actually go just east and west. And that'll help us with like keeping track of, you know, headings and stuff instead of doing this mental math. All right. And all we're doing right now is just working up to those advanced maneuvers, okay? Just to kind of help you guys like get your scans right as I'm doing these things. So, let me get this figured out here. We'll go around to the west, but as we make still learning how to understand air nav. Oh yeah, or oh, you mean like the charts? You mean like a navigation chart? Because AirNav is a website. Are you talking about AirNav as a website, or you're talking about the charts, actually, the navigation charts? Sectionals. Well, you probably are on a TAC chart, right? You're probably on a Dallas TAC chart. The sectional charts, I mean, that's great for cross country and stuff, but yeah, you probably want to be like close to home on the TAC chart. So let's do a turn to the right, and in the turn, let's increase at World VFR on SkyVector. Ooh, no. Go to the tack chart over Dallas. Let me see here. DFW. See, the World VFR, it's a sectional chart, you know? But right here is what you want to do, the Dallas-Fort Worth TAC. That's way cleaner. And let's see, you said Alliance, right? Arlington, Addison, McKinney, West Northwest, Denton. You said it's a class Delta. Oh yeah. Oh, Fort Worth. Gotcha. AFW. Yeah. Totally, dude. Yeah, up to but not including 3,000 because you got this. It's underneath the 3,000 foot. Yeah, so pretty much it's echo above 3,000. It's echo in this area right here, right? Because this is all between. You got 1,000 feet of echo between the top of in this whole area of above the airport. You got 1,000 feet of echo. So you could be 35 is a good example where you could be 3,500 feet in this whole area and be in class echo and not even worry about any of this stuff. You know, T67 right here. Ooh, pretty. It's pretty nice. Look at that. Oh, wow. Interesting. Maybe that's the flight school right there or something like that. That's pretty awesome. Pretty simple taxiway stuff. You know, you got this taxiway totally unmarked probably. Pretty cool. So yeah, it is actually the same. That's cool, man. Yeah, that looks like a fun area. It's just kind of like, it's similar to LA, although I think LA is crazier. But it's oh, is that right? Railway to oh, I suppose so, huh? Yeah. Follow the railroad tracks, you know? This would also be a really good pilotage spot to, like, if you can see, if you're like out there somewhere and you can see like the railways like converging and you know that the airport is where they converge, that's kind of a nice like pilotage technique to find the airport. Interesting. Oh, dude, is that Dallas out there? Look at the tower. That looks like it could be Dallas. Yeah, I mean, Skipper saw the. I didn't even pay attention to the railroad tracks. That's probably that's dope. That's really nice. Also, like wide open field too. Like if you lose your engine and you can't really make it back to the field, put it in this field right here. It's pretty nice. Dallas is on the east side. Oh, but that's the water tower in. Oh, that's a water tower. Yeah, I guess actually, let me put that. Oh shit. Nah. Yeah, I wanted to see the sky vector. So that is runway. No. No. That if you're looking, yeah, dude. The DFW is to the is to the east So yeah, off to the left of runway 14 is DFW. So that's definitely this is definitely a tower. That's Dallas Fort Worth right there. Well, it's pointed, but see at 14, if you go to the, this is the southeast, right? So if you go due east, that that's that is most likely, I don't know, man. That looks like a serious tower. That could be a water tower actually. I don't know. Either way, it looks like a fun airport. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, good for you. All right. So, we're going to make this turn to the right, maintaining 2005, but we're going to speed up to 100. We're going to change airspeed in the turn. All right. So here we go. We're going to establish the turn first. And then let's like really speed up. You see that? Bank angle did not change. But then here we go, right? We have to reduce the bank angle in order to compensate for the increased radius of turn. And here's the other thing is we have to manage our pitch too. So I'm trimming nose down. Now, as I come around to west, I can't just level off because what's going to happen, we're going to pitch up. So as I come around to west, I'm trimming nose down for sure. Because as I go wings level, we're going to get that lift back. See that VSI is already creeping up? There you go. So I had to trim nose down for a new speed. Remember we were saying we trim for a speed? So now that we're doing 120, we're doing that like the gallop kind of, right? Or at least the, what is it, the trot, I guess? I don't know which gate it is, but... So let's do a turn to the left back to the east and slow down in the turn. All right, so here we go with the attitude indicator. Start with a turn, inverted V to the turn coordinator, put it right there on the tab for a standard rate turn. And then I'm just gonna back that power off like this. Slow this thing down to 80. Right, slowing the airplane down, we need to reduce the bank angle because that radius is going to tighten up. So I need to trim nose up as well because we don't want our pitch to get out of hand. And right now I'm just inverted V monitoring my standard rate turn and making sure that that VSI is 0. And then T-scan to maintain 80. All right, and I'm messing up here on purpose. Okay. We have a problem. We have a problem. So it is interesting. You have to predict the new trim and set it beforehand as only one hand. Excuse the pun. Well, listen, I have to train pilots to fly with both of their hands, and that's kind of intense when you only have one hand. So I have to tell them what to do with the other hand. And sometimes it's like, yeah, IFR flying, I'm able to lead by example because the things that I do in the plane, like, they should be doing. VFR, like, private pilot, it's kind of more tough, like, when you teach stalls, because I trim a lot in a stall so that the nose doesn't go down like crazy and stuff. So there's kind of some nuances, but yeah, for the most part, I can I have to train them what to do with their other hand, even though I don't have one. So that's kind of always interesting. But so we have a problem, right? We're fast and we are low. The problem is we're not descending that hard. It's not like our power setting is really low. So I'm thinking we definitely need to pitch up, right? We're low, but the issue here is power and attitude for performance. So let's pitch up. Let's experiment a little bit with adding like 200 RPM and not pitching up dramatically, and let's just see what that gets us. Because what we're definitely trying to not do, what we're not trying to do, is pendulum swing the other way and lose all of this speed, right? We don't want to add a little bit of power and then pitch up like crazy, because then we're going to be on this side of 80. So, but what we do want to do is add a little bit of power, pitch up slightly, maybe 4 degrees, maybe 5 degrees. We're already at 1, above the horizon. So maybe 4, and we'll just slowly work our way down to 80. We need gradual changes. That's the master. The IFR master is not one that gets it right away. We're not looking at, and neither is an examiner, by the way. They're looking to see, oh shit. They're looking for you to say, oh shit, I should do something about this right now. And the way that I'm going to fix it right now is I'm going to start working on it right now. And I'm going to slowly creep back to 80, and I'm going to creep up to 2,500. Okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Add a little bit of power, a couple hundred RPM. Slightly pitch up. There's that 4 degrees that we talked about. There's 5, there's 6 degrees. I like this. Remember we were saying a couple 100 feet per minute. Creeping up to 25, creeping down to 80. That's how you do it. And then I'm going to pitch down a little bit. I'm actually going to add a little bit of power. Maintain 5 degrees. Oop, don't pitch down. Ooh, let's get back over to east. Sorry about that. There's 25, there's 80. Now, perfect, right? 2,500. The beach house. First of all, what's up, beach house? You invited me over to the beach house, dude? Girlfriend and I, we were looking for a New Year's party house, dude. I'm thinking the beach house, dude. And by beach, I mean the house somewhere where the beach crafts are parked at, so we can go fly. This is great info. You should be charging to watch your channel. We got room. Hey, dude, do you guys have a hangar? Do you guys have a beechcraft? You guys probably party in the hangar. That's where the fuck I would be. Dang. B is for bomb time that everybody's everybody can hang out at. Hangar B. Hangar B is for beach house. Hangar B is for buddies. Oh my god, that reminds me of the nightmare before. I'm gonna turn this heater off, dude. I'm like dying in here, even though it's like super frigid outside. This space heater is the shit, dude. All right. So, oh, my bad, guys. I'm going to put the charts back up. So, what do we have here, dude? Ooh. We have a cockpit. Spider Monkey wins the obvious award. Good job, everybody. Let's get some bits going, dude, for an applause for Spider Monkey. No, JK Spider, just giving you a hard time. Tell me you are paused. I am paused. I am paused because I'm going to explain something here. Yes, thank you, Skipper. Yes, absolutely. We're at 2,500. We're on east. We're at 80. Looks great, right? The issue is the power setting. Yeah, if I actually shit, I totally forgot what I was going to say. I believe the power setting though is yeah, shit. Hold on. I forgot. Damn it. Yeah, okay. So what did we know that we needed to do? We needed a power setting that was slightly above where we wanted to be for cruise, because we wanted to climb to 25 very slowly, but not so much that we didn't lose speed. We wanted to we wanted to get to 80 as well. So what I need to do is reduce power is all I was getting at. So let's go 20, let's go 21. We need to trim for that slower speed. $50 RPM. You'll notice like decreasing power in terms of 50. Looks really good. Looks really good. Yeah. Let's go back to 20. So that looks really good. It looks about 2,000 RPM, 5 degree, or what, 4 degrees? Maybe 5? No, 6 actually. 6 degrees of pitch. And, yeah, 25, yeah, it's fine, you know. All right. So then let's do something a little challenging, right? Let's climb to 3,000 and increase speed. Anybody can climb and lose speed, right? That's easy peasy. But can you climb and increase your speed to 90, right? We know that we need to increase power. We're going to need to increase power more, though, than we probably otherwise would. We also know that the pitch attitude can't be out of control. It's got to be high enough so that it's not going to take. It's anything more than, you know, neutral is going to climb. So that's fine. And it can't be so high, even though we're climbing, that we're losing airspeed. We want to go increasing airspeed. So we kind of want to find that happy medium. And so I'm going to experiment with increase and how much pitch we get out of that climb to still increasing speed, to still increase our airspeed. That depends on how much excess power we have. We have like a pretty decent amount of excess power. That's the other really cool thing about the SP. So Skipper says 23. Let's try 23. And let's see what that gets us, okay? I'm not trying to go for a specific rate of climb, by the way. I mean, you could. That's kind of an interesting experiment would be dump the luggage. You could do that too, dude. You could, yeah, man, you definitely could. All right, here we go. 23 it is. I'm going to trim nose down. Again, we're trimming for a new, faster speed. And I'm going to say for 2,300 RPM, my question is what is the pitch? There we go. All right, so for 2300 RPM, it looks like 6 degrees is what it likes to maintain 90 knots. Let's back that off. 7 degrees maybe. I see it creeping a little past 90. Now, what is the problem here? I'm gonna see what do you guys have for the problem. We're 500 feet a minute. We've got 200 feet to go, and we are on speed. What is the problem? There's a couple of problems. Is the degrees measured with the bottom of the dot? No, it's on the dot. So right now that's a 5 degree line. So it's looking 6-7 degrees, somewhere in there. My question is, what is the problem? We have 500 feet per minute climb. We are on heading. Obviously, the heading is not the problem. We're 500 feet per minute. We are 200 feet away from 3,000, and we are on speed. We're actually a little bit faster than 90. So, I mean, what do you think is the issue here? In terms of technique that we talked about for making small corrections. It's possible. I like that answer. It's possible. But it is also possible to maintain the climb rate. You know, it's very happy at 500 feet per minute and 90 knots. So it's possible to maintain 500 feet and then, you know, coming up to 3,000, just lead the level off with 10% of the VSI at 50 feet, shove the nose forward, you know, and not exceed 3,000. That's also possible. And then just trim nose down really abruptly, you know. But does that sound like what we want to do? Does that sound like, you know, responsible IFR attitude instrument flying? No, right? Of course not. What's the responsible, like, controlled way to make altitude corrections when we are 400 feet away? What should that VSI be? $200, right? 200 or 300 as well. You know, you could do 300. There's nothing wrong with it. But something less than, you know, 500. And to be honest with you, 500 isn't like super horrible. But, you know, the fact is like, if it's not deliberate, then what's to stop it from being 600? And then why not 700? You know, it's like the reality is you're not controlling that. And even if you are 500 feet, you know, it comes up on you really quickly. So we want to maintain 90 knots through this whole thing, okay? Because now we're going to start getting into our advanced maneuvers. So you can't just pitch for 200 or 300 feet per minute, because then you're going to be over 90. We're already actually creeping over 90 right now, right? It's 91. So we already need to work on this problem, but this isn't we're essentially 90. This is not a high priority problem right now. This is not a problem. This is not a problem. These agree. These are two different systems that agree. The problem is with this, and really these three right here, right? So we need to address this issue. If we're essentially on speed, but we're climbing too fast, we need to address that with power. Yeah, we need to. So the question is by how much power reduction and by how much pitching down. So I'm thinking 2,200 RPM, and maybe instead of 6 or 7 degrees, we go down to 5. You know, or instead of 7, maybe it's 6. I think it's actually probably 5. It depends on how much power we reduce. Actually, let me think about this. If it's, let's see here. If we reduce if we reduce, the more power that we reduce, yeah, power is obviously going to for a given airspeed, power affects our descent and climb rate, our climb rate. So, Ivonkson, what's up, man? Dude, Attitude Instrument Flying, right? Welcome, welcome. So, since for a given airspeed, power controls rate of climb and rate of descent. We just need to figure out a power reduction. What power reduction here corresponds to, bringing this VSI down? No, AFI is closed. AFI is closed. I know that they were open for clearance. They were like doing clearance like sales and stuff. But dude, you know what you should do. I'm getting hired out of school. I work out of Fullerton, but I'm also getting hired out of a school out of Long Beach. You should private message me, dude, and get you over there. Nice airplanes. Nice airplanes. Really nice. So I'm gonna assistant chief over there, I believe. So yeah, let's figure this out. What do you think, actually, to bring this down? Dude, you send me dude, find me on Instagram, or you can whisper me actually on repitch, stabilize, and see where we are. I love it. I absolutely love it. I agree. I think that Skipper, I don't know if that's the right number. It sounds like the right number, but what I love about that idea is it's a small incremental change. It's a very controlled change. And the cool thing about 100 RPM drop is if we drop 100 RPM, we bring that down to what we want, we can go back to our T-scan and assess our speed. And if we continue to build a little bit of speed here, we know that it's actually, but it's the VSI that we want. We know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Or even 50. What I would do, depending on the rate of increasing speed, it would be like 50 or something. And then, pitch up a degree, and then boom, there you go. Okay? So let's try. I don't know actually how much. Let me try and find their website, Yvonne. No, hold on, wait 1 second. Let's see here. Let's see. So, dude, such awesome airplanes. Oh yeah, rates. Let's see here. Oh my God, you can't beat it, bro. So, Cessna 172 Papa, very nice. It's a Papa model. 129 an hour. Now they've got a 172 XP. Oh, XP. 172 SP for 169, and that is a G1000. So 169 for G1000, and then 149 for a 172S, which is, I think, essentially the same airplane, but it's got a 430 in it. Excuse me, a 530, a Garmin 530 in it. So yeah, those are not bad. I mean, the fact that you can do a 172 Papa, like just a straight 172 for 129, dude. Right? And then they have a 152 Aerobat for 119. You get your spin endorsement in that. Let me check that. Dude, okay. I mean, what the fuck? Dude, the 172 SP, the G1000, is a 2008. It's a 2008 G1000 for 169. Oops. Good deal. Sorry about that. I'm looking at the numbers here. The new empty and all that shit. The new useful load, 837 pounds. or 138, just shy of 838 pounds. Shit, dude. Yeah, call it 840 useful load. Max gross of 225.58. Shit, yeah, man. Let me see the cockpit here of the, what is that? The regular 172. 1981. Very nice, dude. Very nice. I mean, it's a regular 1981 172. So I mean, you got a couple of VOR instruments in there. Couple of radios. It looks like two radios, two navs, regular transponder. Can't beat it, dude. That's a good price, man. 1980. And then the 172 with the 530 in it is very nice. It's a 2000. These are, I'm saying, man, these are bang up, awesome, good planes. That one was, what was that? Like 150 an hour. So that's dope. So I'm just saying, dude. Let's see here. Yeah, text me for find me on Instagram and I'll give you the name of the school. I just didn't want to, I don't, I haven't been hired yet. I mean, I'm in the process of it, but I didn't want to, But or here. I'll give you like a private whisper here. And same thing, by the way, if you guys ever want to come into town, if you guys ever want to come to LA, a couple of you actually have sought me out for instruction. I've flown with a couple of you guys, and feel free. If you want flight training, let me know. We'll do it. The 150 is okay. Yeah, no problem, Yvonne Snow. No problem, buddy. The 150 is okay. It's a little underpowered. But yeah. Skipper, you said the G1000 is nice, but start learning in the slower steam gauge and then more to the G1000 plane later, or else you'll never go back and learn. Couldn't agree more, dude. I mean, that's it. Well said. Yvonne Snow, the school is not new, although I believe the academy is new. They're setting up, like, they have an academy going on to do the private pilot in minimum time. But, you're not doing, any of that. You're doing, like, biannual flight review, IPC, and, CFI. So it's either way, it's all good. Okay, you guys. So, like I said, let's drop this RPM down to 22 and see what's up. There's 22. Pitching down to 5. Holy maracas. Look at that. 200 feet a minute, 90 knots. I might even do 2250. And then we're just gonna pitch. We already put the RPM down. So I'm gonna trim nose down, level off. Oh, I totally forgot. We're trying to maintain 90. And then we'll get to our advanced maneuvers right now. 3,000 feet, 90 knots. We're totally set up. Let's see here. It's also easier to understand how the dynamics work in Steam. Yeah. I think one of the strengths, there are several strengths, but I would say one of them is like it makes your scan, it's organized enough to where it makes sense, but your scan is more spread out. And then when you're in the glass, it's like it's T-scan only. But you're using way more resources, so your eyes are diverted in a lot of different places and stuff. Uh Yeah, dude. I mean, whatever. Look, the thing is whether you start in the 150 or not. If you sim, then you'll save. Why save over $1,000 when you could sim and save like $5,000? You know, that's what I'm saying. I'm on your side, dude. You know, I got you though, man. Makes sense. Makes sense. I like the way you think. Um, Okay, so let's get to this, right? Let's start with 500s. We said that 500 foot per minute climb, what was it, 23, I believe? Was it 2250 at 90 knots? I think it was 2250 was a 500 foot per minute climb. And then, oh yeah, dude, Ivonksto, that sounds great, man. That sounds great. Yeah, study up in the Gleim and let's get to work, dude, whenever you're ready. Um, what I would have you do is just like put some, lesson plans together and just, start teaching me stuff maybe. Or we get your knowledge up first, actually, I think is what we said. All right. Cool. Okay, so 2350, I want to say, or 2250, I forget. But then it was like 18 for the descent. With Steam, you can glance quickly, take a mental picture, back to looking outside while you process what you saw. Glass, you spend more time looking down. That's the truth. That's the truth. Okay, let's go down to 25. So let's go back this down to 18. We're maintaining 90 knots. There we go, 90 knots. It's settling really nicely at 500. Again, we don't want to retrim. I'm gonna do it slightly, but we trimmed for 90 already. So power will be the descent rate if you're trimmed for the speed you want. You know what I'm saying? We're just watching right now. I'm inverted V, making sure it's 500 feet. T-scan to make sure we're on heading and we're not past our altitude. Speed looks good. T-scan, inverted V, and then what I want to do is lead the rollout or the level off to 10% of my VSI, which is 10% of 500 is 50. So here we go. Add some power. 23 or 2250. And 6 degrees of pitch. Actually, what is it? 23? Yeah, so it was 18 and 23, it looks like. Again, we're not retrimming. You might make a little adjustment, but I wouldn't. I mean, I haven't touched it. And this is all the wavering and everything is the sim not really being perfect. And that's fine. All right, and then we're going to be back down to 18. There's 90 knots. There's 500. We're 1 degree below. I love it. Looks real good. Really quick here. Remember, because this is Skipper, it's like the little like clip, the little paper clip in the Microsoft Word, like old Word documents. That's like, remember, I like that guy. That clip was all right, you know. Remember, because the pointer on the VSI instrument face responds to the difference in pressure between the two areas in the instrument, it's very true. There is often a lag of 6 to 9 seconds for the pressure differential to be established before the VSI can show the actual climb or descent rate. It's very true. We talked about that actually in the instruments lecture when we looked at the instruments. When was that? Last... Oh, we did that actually last Tuesday. No, 2 Tuesdays ago. And what we said was, yes, there is a... there's a substantial lag in the VSI, so definitely don't chase the VSI. And that's why in step 2 we include the VSI in the scan, because what it does show is immediate. What has no lag is the trend information. Trend information is immediate, and rate information is lag. So, you know, but trend is extremely important. All right. Nice. Here we go. And we're going to follow this down to 2,500. Now at 2,500, I want to make I want to do a climb, but I want to do a climbing turn. And what we'll do is we'll keep it simple. We'll do a 360. Okay. Now think about that, right? We're in a climbing turn. So wings level, when we have all that lift going vertically, what did we say? We said 2,300 was pretty much something that it really liked, 2,250, 2,300, right? But we're not wings level anymore. We're actually in a turn. It's in a climbing turn as well, right? We're asking a lot out of these wings. So I'm thinking 2,400 probably, 2,350, 24. We got to think about these things before we, you know, just try and go exactly for the same power setting, but we're doing something totally different. We're asking more of the wing, but we're only giving it what it had before. You know, it's no way to treat your wing. By the way, we're over here 3 hours, you know, deep into this attitude instrument flying. I love this shit so much. I love teaching it. It is so fun. We haven't even... Camo! What's up, dude? Greetings again. Good to see you again, sir. Or ma'am, I'm not, you know, individual. What's going on? And... Oh, shit, hold on. Alright, cool. Wide awake still at 2:20 a.m., dude. Skipper, man. Let's see here. I need to figure out how to, like, do applauses and shit like that. Like, I'm still learning a lot about my Twitch. So, point is, I love teaching this, dude. Attitude instrument flying, the most important thing in the instrument rating. The most important skill. It's not instrument approaches. It's not briefing and approach. It's not, you know, weather. It's not, like, you know, holding patterns, you know. So... I do typically do, you know, with the holidays and stuff, like, it's been, like, a little weird, but typically, yeah, I do private Wednesdays and flying skills Thursdays, although Thursdays I've kind of been, like, DCS, dude, F-18, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But anyways, so at 2005, we're going to make a climbing left turn, but we want to add power. We want to think about that. Oh, shit. Dude, Skipper at 2:20 a.m. Energetically, enthusiastically watching. All right, so I'm gonna go straight for it at 2,400 RPM. I'm not gonna lie. It liked, look at that. Ooh, it actually maybe 2350, you guys. Yeah. Or 23, actually. It actually didn't really... 2350. See, we averaged out 500 feet per minute. We're essentially there. Not perfect. Let's go back the other way. See, now, I wanted to point something out here. First of all, yeah, Skipper, not that bad. Not that bad. I think we're getting close. Spider, 2325. It seemed like 2350 in the turn was, it was happy. 24 was too much. We saw that. 500 feet per minute resulted in speed increasing. So, you know, a little bit too much power there. 23, we started losing speed. So I'm just going to split the difference here, like, you know, 2350. But I did want to point out something interesting. We're nailing the 90, we're nailing the 500, but look at what's going on here. We've got less than 90 degrees left, right? We are more than halfway through, right? I hope we are too, Skipper. Well, where's your notepad? You know? Oh, you don't have one. Oh, convenient. I suppose it's the instructor's fault. It actually always is. So that's a bummer. Walked right into that one. Yeah, who's co-piloting this thing? That's what I want to know. The most irresponsible, mine is in my head. The most irresponsible captain question. What, Spider? Yeah, who's co-piloting this thing, man? Who's the co-pilot here? Okay, I wanted to point something out. We are over halfway through the heading change, but we are less than halfway through the altitude. You see that? We went from 3,000 down to 25, right? We are less than halfway, but we're more than halfway through our heading. So I'm looking at that and I'm scanning and I'm thinking, okay, we need to kind of, if we're going to end up at 2,500 by the time we're around at east, we need to make sure that we don't dip that wing more and accelerate, you know, and speed through the rest of these, if not even back this off a little bit. But we need to make this at least 600, if not 7. So let's do that. Right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. See the bank? The bank is less, and we're averaging like 600 now. Yeah, buddy. Now we can tighten it up. 500. Bam. And then come back to 21. See? Oh, but yeah, see, we were off our speed. Not bad, though. Not bad. Pretty nice. So, let's address that, Spider. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Both gauges show your roll angle. You mean your bank angle? Which one do you go by? Can you rephrase that question? It sounds like a great question. I just want to make sure that I understand what you know. both gauges show your bank angle is what you mean, right? So you're talking about the turn coordinator and the attitude indicator, right? Because the turn coordinator, technically speaking, does not show you bank angle. The top middle gauge and the bottom, See, the turn coordinator doesn't, technically speaking, it doesn't show you your bank angle. You know? Camo's the only good student in here, by the way. Camo's like, I'm actually taking notes. Camo's yeah, he's there. That dude's the court secretary for sure. He's the only one who like keeps like tabs on what's actually going on. He's the guy who's like, you guys, actually, the notes are right here. And so for an IFR check ride, how close do you need to hold speed in these maneuvers? Can I copy your notes after class, please? You guys talking in the middle of the class, okay? You guys can talk after, but we were getting notes. Oops, my notes just flew out of the windows. That reminds me of Jerry Seinfeld, right? You know how to take the notes, you just don't know how to hold on to the notes. And really, it's holding on to the notes that's the most important part. The holding of the notes. Anybody can just take notes, you know? Yo. Perfect. Camo knows what the fuck's up. All right. So, damn, that legit was a good joke. That actually worked out. Spider's just moving on. So what does the turn coordinator do? Spider, incorrect. The next response is, dude, that was a dope Jerry Seinfeld reference, Phil. And I say, you know what, Spider? You need to focus on what we're doing, and we need to stick to talking about the turn coordinator. Enough about Seinfeld. And you're saying, Phil, but you're giving me all these mixed messages. All right. So what does the turn coordinator do? The turn coordinator gives you a lot of good information. The one thing the turn coordinator does not tell you is, it obviously in terms of, it doesn't tell you pitch information, but in terms of bank, the one thing it does not tell you is bank angle. Now, what does it tell you? It tells you rate of turn by, when the wing is on the peg right here, that's the standard rate turn. You are at the appropriate bank angle, whatever that bank angle is. It is relative to speed, as we talked about earlier. When the wing is on the peg, you are that is the bank angle to maintain a standard rate turn. That tells you rate of turn, right? 3 degrees per second. It also tells you quality of turn, because the inclinometer right here, the ball, right? You keep the ball in the center, and when you are in coordinated flight, it tells you if your fuselage is aligned with your, it tells you that your fuselage is aligned with your flight path. If your fuselage is not aligned with your flight path, the ball leaves the cage and you have departed coordinated flight, okay? So you got quality of turn, you have rate of turn, quality of turn. You also have rate of roll. You do have roll rate. The rate that the wing dips down, it gives you, a representation of how quickly the wing is actually dipping down. All right. So it tells you that information. Now, it does not give you bank angle though, because the rate of turn, the standard rate turn right here, what the bank angle needs to be for you to be in a standard rate turn, it depends on your speed. Now, the truth is basically from 90 all the way to like 30 or 150 even. Generally speaking, it's around 15 degrees. So you can bet that at normal cruise speeds for these types of airplanes, that when the wing is on that peg, you're probably going to be up here. This does tell you bank angle. Yeah, like this is 10, 20, 30, 60, right? Right here is 45. So if you're doing 100 knots and your wing is on the standard rate turn peg right here, if you go up here, it's probably going to be about 15 degrees. Like that's a fact, you know. So coordination is important because it's easy way to make sure the airflow over each wing is relatively equal. Otherwise, you can stall one wing. That's absolutely true. So yeah, that's a great point. It's a great point. You want to stay away from skidding in particular. So next week, do we do this all again with strong winds? Next week, you know what I'd like to do is like move into like, you know, departure procedures or what? Yeah, probably departure procedures, I would say. Okay, so let's do let's do a couple more of these. All right, 2350. All right, there's the problem, right? We're halfway through. So what I'm going to do is allow the altitude to catch up. And now we return. It's all good, dude. We're just going to monitor T-scan, finish off this climb right here. So I'm purposefully like kind of backing off that that bank angle, since we took some time to get the VSI under control. Speed looks good, and I'm just keeping that wing above the dip there, and there we are. Okay, you guys see that? Look at what's going on. Halfway through, right? Mary Sand, what's up? Hello, good evening, or morning or afternoon, depending on where you're coming from. It's 11:30 p.m. Pacific here. But check this out, guys. Check this out, right? First of all of these numbers make sense. All of these numbers make sense, right? First of all, we're just above 18, so we probably want to adjust that. But look at what's going on here. First of all, we're halfway through our altitude, halfway through our heading. Makes a lot of sense. We're at a power setting that should be 500 feet per minute at 90 knots, but guess what? It's a little bit pitched up more than what it should be. It's a little bit pitched up more than what it should be. So we're actually losing some speed. We're 400 feet a minute, not 5. 400 feet a minute, and we're slightly Sainte Marie. Are you saying it's you pronounced my name wrong? Okay, it's the other way. Sainte Marie. Is it that first, or you're saying? Oh, you're saying Marie, not Mary. Marie. Maury. Well, it's definitely not Maury. It's a lady. Well, I think it's Marie. Okay. Number 1 for Mary, and 2 for Marie. What you got? And I apologize. Rabbit hole. Reference ground number 2. Skipper. What the hell? 3. Of course. Spider. Spider wants it. Maury is 3. No Maury. It's definitely not Maury. Come on, dude. What are you doing, Spider? Well, Marie, welcome. Are you a pilot? We're doing some interesting attitude instrument flying here. Let's see here. So, rabbit hole. Reference ground training time. Commercial airship ground school is about twice as long as commercial airline. Dude, what? All I know is this coffee is bomb. All right. Okay, so let's pitch down for 5. Let's try and get that 90 back. ASL major student though. Dude, fantastic. Nice. I love it, dude. Can I ask you a question? And this is a serious question. So I don't know if you read my About Me page, but I'm an amputee. I got 1 arm. Okay. Is sign language possible with 1 hand? Or is it like slang or something? Or like, how would that work? I'm curious. Oh, yeah. So I'm an amputee. I'm one of the few amputee pilots in the United States, and I believe I'm the only instructor in the United States with a whole arm gone. Certainly that is for certified, like that does flight training for in certified aircraft. That I'm a certified flight instructor, and so it's a challenge, to like teach this flying, and this is something that you would think absolutely must be done with 2 hands, but absolutely not. It is, if you're on top of it, you can do it with 1 hand for sure. And I teach people how to do that, right? And I train people to go to the airlines and do things like that. So I know somebody who's in sign language, and I never got to really like talk to them about it, but I mean, you said it is possible. That would be so cool, dude. That's rad. That's rad. Well, you know what? You're awesome. Dude, I saw something cool on Instagram where it was like, it was either Megan the Stallion or maybe like, who was it? I forget. Somebody was doing some badass chick was doing like some, I don't listen to her, but like she's like, a baddie or something, I guess. And she was like doing all these like, she has these like, the like, maybe it was Nicki Minaj. I'm not really sure. She had these like pretty gnarly lyrics, I guess. And the sign, like the sign language chick was like into it, dude, and she was like doing all kinds of gnarly stuff. And it was sick, dude, that there was an interpreter, like a sign language interpreter there. But did you 70% ASL as facial expressions and 30%? What? No way. You're gonna make me wake up my roommate. That's wild. Are you serious? That's nuts, dude. That's nuts. They have a one-handed alphabet? I didn't know that. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Well, Marie, what brings you to do you do Microsoft Flight Sim? Oh yeah, you guys. Ooh, shit. Damn it. We're too early. No. Let's do 2350. I do have a deaf friend, and all my professors at ASL department in my college is a deaf professor, except one professor. Um, Dude, that's wild. That's crazy. That's kind of like you have a deaf friend, and all my professors at ASL, of my college, they're deaf except one professor. Bro, that's so hardcore. That's like going into a language class. Like, I'll never forget my first language class was so fucked up. I don't know why I did this to myself, but I took French in high school. First of all, I was a horrible student, you know, but my language, I was like, I don't know, French. So I took French, one of the hardest languages to learn, by the way. What the F? Other than English, probably. And, you know, it was one of these classes where, like, she spoke to us in French. And it's like, you have to speak in French. And I'm just like, I don't know French, dude. And, so, you know, when you got a deaf professor, like, and, like, they're real deal, like, dude, that kind of reminds me of, like, no, you're in it, dude. You know, you got to learn sign. Where the comedian makes the signer go off on rants. Oh, there's a video of a comedy show where the comedian, like, sees the signer and says, like, fuck you, and, like, makes the signer, like, say shit. That is so funny, dude. I have to... Can you find that and post that? That would be amazing if you could just post that in the chat, dude, and we're just going to take a break and watch that. Who played the old version of the game, and I was like, I wanted to go check someone streaming. No, I actually watched this guy on YouTube who played the old version of the game, and I was like, I wanted to check out someone streaming, so I clicked here and didn't read your... Oh, dude, nice, man. Well, welcome. Yeah, so right now, oh, dude, we nailed it as well. Right now, we are doing... So I stream... a variety of content, of flight simulator content, and for the most part, on Tuesdays, I do what's called instrument flying, which is what this is. If you, what instrument flying is just purely sole reference to instruments. What the gauges that you're looking at right here as we control this airplane. And this is one of the things that I specialize in, is teaching people to fly when you can't see outside. You can see the little map there in the corner. But on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I go back to, like, basic level pilot stuff, which is also really, really fun. All right, so let's see here. That was a surprisingly easy video to find. Oh, where's it at, dude? Did you post it? Or maybe you are posting it. Ooh, oops, right here. All right, here we go, guys. So we're going to Navigraph. There we go.
Boy, I am so excited to be here. And he's to type everything I say. And he has to type everything. That's amazing. Fucking cock, cunt, twat, shit, fuck.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Type, fuck, shit, fuck.
Look at this guy.
Asshole, cunnilingus, jizz.
Wow.
Money shot, blumpkin.
Money shot.
He's doing it. No, it's blumpkin. He wrote blow, but blumpkin is nailing it. I love it. Amazing. Oh, she's designed everything. That's the best. What if I just said things like, hey, this is the sign language lady's speaking on her own right now. No,
I love.
No, you think it's the comedian forcing me to sign this, but I'm not. He's telling a really funny joke right now about puppies. So if you're paying attention to him, you're seeing a joke about puppies. But I just want to take a moment to say how much I truly want to have sex with a comedian on stage.
You're making her say that.
I just want to take him and throw him down and ride.
Look at her.
I want to ride him like the Jewish stallion he is.
Oh my god. Look at this shit. She even pointed to him.
He just rip his clothing off, shove him against the wall, and just do in front of all 300 of you. Oh yeah. I was just thinking about it. I can't wait to fuck this guy. He's so attractive and incredible looking. He's the greatest looking man I've ever seen.
Meanwhile, he's totally gay.
So the difference between dogs and cats.
Dude, what? Dude, that's freaking insane, dude. Oh, here's another one.
He may you put your hands together. We're back in. Stay. He's a friend of mine. Put your hands together for Nick Morgan Moore, everybody.
Stacey, could you come up here? I want you in the light because I'm trying to record this, and you've been doing such a wonderful job tonight. Thank you so much.
Oh, dude, awesome, yeah.
I'm very lucky. I've got like this really fluffy beard. You know, it's fantastic because if I'm talking to someone and I don't want to talk to them, I can just go, sorry, I can't talk to you. I don't have a mouth. A considerably harder joke for you to pull off, Stacey. How would that look? Sorry, I can't talk to you. I don't have any hands.
Oh, this isn't as funny.
I think we've been terribly rude tonight, Stacey. How's your night going? Good to hear.
Good to hear. Hilarious.
No, please stay. Please stay. Please stay.
Dude, that's so funny. I love it. All right. Good to, yeah, he said good to hear. That shit's so funny. All right. And then what do we got, dude? Yeah, man. Let's do some slow flight. And then we'll finish it off here. We've been actually going for a while. You know what? Let's do some steep turns. Let's do some steep turns. What do you guys say? Let's go now. I don't know how you guys learn steep turns, but one thing that you want to you definitely want to do to help yourself out, in my opinion, is add a little bit of power and add some nose up trim. That'll really help you out. But what you want to do is have a really good scan, and really you don't need to look at your heading right now, and you shouldn't need to look at your altimeter, because if this is a zero, then that is not going anywhere. And so what you want to do is roll into, just like you do in real life. You want to be at a good speed. You want to roll into the first 30, and then I think it does pretty good. But dude, you could tell that it's really hard to model. You could tell because of X-Plane doing everything else so good. The slower that you get and that higher that angle of attack gets, like, especially after that lift has been lost, oh my god, dude, you could tell that it's hard. But I think they do a decent job. That is like the thing that I'm really looking forward to in X-Plane 12 for sure. So let's get into that steep turn. Oh, so I'm a transfer at my university. Oh, nice. I was a transfer as well. This past summer, and it was my first time ever taking a sign language class. And my major is ASL interpreting. So before the semester, I've been learning sign language for 8 years. You're self-taught? That's insane, dude. That's insane. Okay, guys. So we're going to be rolling into that 30 degrees. We're going to add some power. And I'm talking about maybe like a couple hundred RPM. And nose up trim. And all I'm going to be doing right here, I'm not going to be here, because we are not talking about standard rate turn. We're talking about a 45 degree bank. So as we roll through that 30, add some power, nose up trim. And basically, I'm just doing this. I'm trying to keep the airspeed good. And VSI. I'm pretty much doing this the whole time. And then every once in a while, like this is like what I was saying, like a 2-to-1 ratio or a 3-to-1 ratio. 1, 2, 1, 2, and then boom, right? 1, 2, 1, 2. And I would even weigh this. I mean, there's nothing wrong with even just doing this. 1, 2, 1, 2, like that, and then boom, airspeed, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, airspeed. And then as you come around to we're doing a 360. You want to, either go into a turn in the other direction, or, you can roll wings level. If you roll wings level and you want to roll out of the steep turn, you got to undo what you just did and come back to 2100 RPM. Okay. No way. But this recent semester that just passed, it was my first time ever taking a sign language class, and I got into sign language by watching a movie on Netflix that was about a deaf boy who was institutionalized because the parents didn't know what he was doing. Oh no, excuse me, what was wrong. They didn't know what was wrong with him, and they found out he was deaf. Oh my God, is that a true story? That's got to be, unfortunately, a true story. Fuck, dude. Ignorance, man. God. It should be more mainstream. Maybe not a requirement that everybody learns sign, but it should be totally more discussed and mainstream. That's what I love about looking at these comedy shows like that do that, It's just so rad. I love it, dude. Well, much respect to you for teaching yourself something so challenging as a sign language, dude. Okay, let's go to the left. A little bit of nose up trim. Couple hundred RPM of power. Nose up trim. There we go. Coming back around to, there we go. We're pretty established now. Just trying to get back down to 3,000. We actually just needed 150. So I'm going to try and correct for this altitude here. 90 knots, looks good. Coming back around to west. Pretty clean. Pretty clean, I'd say. The numbers look good. Not bad. 2100 RPM. That was actually pretty sick, dude. I'm gonna mess with this nose down trim, I think, a little bit. Wow. Pretty nice, dude. Not bad. Not bad at all. Right? Not bad. Being stuck in a white room with no noise is actually a form of torture. Shit, I wouldn't doubt that. They had a hard time teaching him sign. At the end of the movie, he learned to sign and went to a school for the deaf and was interested in learning. I was interested in learning it, so I taught myself. I met my deaf friend on a field trip 3 years ago, and now I'm here finally taking interpreting as a major and being ready to be an ASL interpreter. I love it, dude. That's such a really cool story where it's like, there's something I think that we could all learn from that, which is, if you are interested in something, first of all, go out and experience new things and be open to... Marie didn't know that she was totally had a thing for sign language, It just was like, watched a movie, the movie spoke to her, and from there on, you're like, dude, like, I could do that. I could learn that. And then she went out and fucking did it, dude. Or is doing it. And I respect that. That's so cool, I think a lot of the time we get too hung up on you know, not being able to do things, or we don't know where to start with this or that, and you know, what if I don't make it, or what do I know about this? You know, there are people way better than me that have been practicing for just a bunch of bullshit that we tell ourselves, you know, that are basically excuses that we put in our own way to not learn something that could really change our lives, or at least change the way that we see life. And you know, Marie just went out and fucking did it, dude. And that's awesome. And you only got one life, man. You know, you only have one life. Go out there and do it, dude. If you want to learn to fly, go take a demo flight, you know, do it. It doesn't matter like that. You got a full-time job, you know, let your private pilot take you a year and a half. Who cares, man? It's your path. It's your life. Like, go do it. Or if you want to try badminton, or you want to try, you know, like charcoal sketching, if you want to try whatever, dude, making pottery, like whatever your thing is, man, trying a new instrument, the fact is if you want to try it, like, because you think that it's interesting, go do it. And be comfortable with the fact that it's going to take some practice. It's going to take some failures. It's going to take some, you know, tripping on hurdles along the way, but you're going to make it. If you really want to do it, then do it. If you're not going to make it, it's not because it's too hard. It's because you either had unreasonable expectations that you subjected yourself to. And I'm only speaking from experience because I've done this to myself. That's how I know this, right? You're either going to not make it because you subjected yourself to unreasonable expectations, totally inappropriate, right? Too hard on yourself. You're or you're referencing how others around you are doing, and if you're not doing as good as they're doing, then maybe you're not cut out for this. Totally inappropriate and wrong, you know? Maybe you're just slow cooking it, dude. And maybe you're going to be better than them, but you just take longer, you know? Maybe you just need to practice more. And maybe your unreasonable expectation was I should be, if I can do this, then I should be able to do it in a certain amount of practice. And if I'm not able to do it in that certain amount of practice, I guess I can't do it. It's like, dude, why did you do that, right? Like, why did you subject yourself to that expectation? Who knows how much practice it's going to take you, dude? You know, if you really want to do it, keep practicing. Like, it will come. You get what you give, you know? And it's just awesome. It's awesome that you did that. So, Marie, you want to know something funny? I have a fear of heights as well. So, I totally understand. And I know exactly where I was when I was traumatized and where the fear stuck with me. I know exactly where I was. And I know I am totally in tune with that fear. And, so, you know, but we overcome it, you know, we overcome it. Part of my job is helping people overcome their fears as well. I got to get my shit together, you know? Okay, guys. So, I think that's it for the stream. We're coming up on 4 hours, you know? We did some really, really good stuff. We did some good attitude instrument flying. We did some advanced maneuvers. We did some vertical S, some variations on vertical S, and then finished it off with some steep turns. And after a pretty good review of the basics of attitude instrument flying, so I just wanted to thank you guys for hanging out, and I'm going to button up the sim, maybe get a quick bite to eat, but then I'm going to come back to play some video games before bed, probably some Witcher before bed. Actually, shit, I should probably go to sleep. Yeah, I'll probably go to sleep, actually. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Let's see, what do we got tomorrow? My schedule tomorrow. Let's see. Let's get the breadcrumbs off. Very good. Yes. So I have a student only tomorrow at 1, and that's it. So I will probably be probably on in the afternoon after that, I imagine. So I will see you guys. I don't know if I'm going to be around tomorrow evening. I think I'm going to be away doing family stuff. So I'm going to try and get it together, do some private pilot stuff. Let's see here. What do we got? Ooh, aircraft stability. We're finishing up December aerodynamics month. We're aerodynamics was the private pilot, the theme for December for the private pilot knowledge stuff. So we're gonna finish it up with aircraft stability. What do we mean by aircraft stability? And then we're gonna pop into the skipper knows what the fuck is up, dude. Yeah, we're gonna talk about aircraft stability and go in the sim and explore some of those dynamics. And guess what we're gonna be using, dude, when we're talking about dynamics. So, dude, tacos do sound good right now. Oh, you're kind of getting used to planes. Oh, that's really nice. That's cool, Marie. Yeah, they're definitely something to get used to. It's not the easiest thing to get used to, though. I'll say that. So respect. And thank you guys so much for hanging out. You guys are the best, dude. If you haven't, if you guys are still in, if you haven't already, I definitely would appreciate a sub. Help keep the channel going. As I said, I am an instructor. I am certificated to give this information out from a perspective of experience, but that experience comes at a great cost to me, time and money wise, and just a lot of practice and a lot of sim time on my own. So I would appreciate helping keep the channel going with a sub, or donation if you want something extra. I don't really ask for donations, but that's also really cool too. It helps me get new equipment. I'm trying to save up for a new a yoke that I'll put on here as like a community thing that I'll like save up for. But yeah, have a good rest of the night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. You guys are beautiful people. You're super hilarious. You even got a Seinfeld reference in there. And what is it? Looks like I have like a... All right, you guys. Have a good one, man. You guys are beautiful. See ya.